Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day 2 of Group A here in the final qualifying week for the final, of course. It's the last week of the year, last Champions Week of 2021. Can you believe it? We've come this far. But before we get to the final Champions Week of the year, we have got more players to qualify, and we have an international flavour about Group A today. We had a good day yesterday, but I think today could be better. We're going to start with Thibault Tricole of France up against Nathan Rafferty of Northern Ireland. Contrasting fortunes for these two yesterday, and the 32-year-old from France comes back for, hopefully, a better Tuesday than Monday. He finds himself in 5th position in the table, whereas this young man is in 2nd. There you see the table with Matt Campbell at the top. We will see him in match number 2.
First leg, it's Nathan to throw first. Game on.
But the story of Nathan Rafferty's day yesterday was a terrible start, but then he was able to fix it pretty quickly. I think that says a lot about the young man from Coal Island, because he could have easily wilted
41.
After a poor first game yesterday, where he lost 4-1 to Lee Cox. But in his second game of the day
100.
against Dan Lauby, he played better and got a result, which really did have an impact on the rest of his Monday.
60.
But in direct contrast to that, Thibault Tricole started with a win
82.
yesterday against Sebastian Steyer. It was a somewhat arduous affair, but he wasn't
22.
able to double his points tally at any other point during the course of Monday, as we saw most of the points go to the likes of Lee Cox,
84.
Dan Lauby, Rafferty and Matt Campbell. So if the likes of Tricole are going to get themselves in the race for Group A come this time tomorrow,
41.
they're going to have a very good Tuesday. But already Nathan Rafferty looks a lot better in his first game of the day,
138.
leaving himself on 52 after 5 visits.
60. Nathan
Thibault just
52.
struggling to find his range on that treble 20 in this first leg. But it's Rafferty, first to the double.
Game
And
shot
first to win a leg
Nathan Rafferty.
in 18 darts today. That's a really good, steady start. Exactly what didn't happen on Monday. And I think he could be very dangerous, not just
Thibault to throw
today,
first. Game on.
but overall in this group. Let's have a look at the
55.
stats yesterday for Nathan Rafferty then. An overall average for the day of 84.43, which is okay. I'm sure he lives by better standards than
100.
that. But his best performance, 93.44. I did have a couple of averages of 93 yesterday,
45.
and they're very good. His checkered percentage was down towards 27% for the day, so that does need to improve a little bit.
60.
But he did have the most amount of ton plus outs yesterday. He had some really, really good ones, including the
41.
second best one. In fact, it was the best, 154.
$180.
Our first maximum of the day comes from the Northern Irishman. Yesterday he got 3 of them. And I would
100.
assume he's going to get more of them today based on the way he started.
$95.
Double T's got to get involved here. Got to get in amongst that 60 and stay there. Yesterday he was
140. Nathan requires 66.
tied at the top for the most 180s. He got 6. That leaves 21. That leaves double 8.
58. Thibault requires
This is the opportunity
120.
that Thibault needs to take. If he can, he is very much back in this match.
80. Nathan,
Not
you
meant to
require
be on
8.
that occasion. A very good try, though. 2.
4.
Pushes the wire up.
40.
And you can't blame Nathan Rafferty for feeling a little bit exasperated
Game shot on the
after
second
losing that leg,
Thibault
because
Tricole.
he shouldn't have. He had plenty of darts at double to get it done, but Thibault sneaks in and wins leg 2.
Third leg, Nathan to throw first. Game on.
You don't like losing legs like that. But if there's one thing we know about Nathan Rafferty in the last
100.
48 hours, it is that he is able to bounce back.
43.
I did fear for him yesterday after a whirlwind of emotions on Sunday.
100.
Imagine the ecstasy of getting to the final of the World Youth Championship and then coming so close against Ted Everts. If he'd have won that match, he would have been
85.
at Alexandra Palace. As it stands now, it's full steam ahead towards 2022. He's got this
100.
week to try and get into Champions Week next week, and then that's it for the year for him. He'll have to go to qualifying school
60.
to try and get on the tour full time, but he does have that small nugget of the Grand Slam to go back to. He had an excellent debut a little bit earlier this month,
105.
and I suppose in the back of his mind he can look forward to that one, but he's got a lot to do before then.
117. Nathan Yuquan 96.
That leaves 81. He's just got to be very
64.
careful when he comes back. Got to take care of business and not let Thibault back in the leg like he did in leg 2.
$58. Nathan Yuquan 32.
It was 18 darts in the first leg.
Game shot on the
Something
third leg.
slightly more improved in leg
Rafferty.
3. 17 darts there, and he does close out the Frenchman in good style there, using a very nice guide. Just sneaks it alongside it.
Fourth leg, Thibault
And it's
to throw
2-1
first.
to Nathan Rafferty.
Game on. $43.
Let's have a little look at Thibault's day yesterday then. 1 win from 5. His running average for the day, funnily enough, was very
58.
close to Nathan Rafferty's. He was only 0.18 behind him in that statistic. His best average of the day, 91.14,
97.
came in a match where he lost. The glaring stuff, though, that
100.
let Thibault down was on the checkouts. Of every player, he had the worst checkout percentage of all, 19.5%. That really has to improve by, in my opinion, at least 15% today.
79.
But that's not everything, you see. Because it's all well and good saying that your checkout percentage needs to improve, but if you don't get to the doubles, you've got a problem.
180.
That's much better from the Frenchman. His first 180 of the day. Is it backed up?
140.
Almost.
Thibault 121.
A much better scoring leg here from Tricole.
97. Nathan Yuquan 124.
This is where a ton plus out can hurt. Because Thibault's done a lot right here. And he almost loses the leg on double 11.
24.
So he can breathe again.
Game
And
shot
the
on
doubles
fourth
are
leg.
improved
Thibault Tricole.
so far this morning. Very, very good from him. When he gets his chance, he is taking it. If he can score heavy, he could cause problems for Rafferty in the last 3 legs of the contest.
$100. 60.
I hadn't had the pleasure of Nathan's company until maybe a little bit yesterday, and I saw him very early this morning on my walk into the
95.
studio. Very approachable young man. And if there's one thing that I hear more than anything these days is that the young players don't look like dart players. I love that statement.
100.
Because it says to me that things are changing.
$87.
There was a documentary aired in the UK last night at around 10 p.m. talking about Gerwyn Price and all he's done in his
58.
career. It was very good. Talking about an ex-rugby player getting all the way to the top of the mountain.
40.
And who's to say that someone who has graced the Live League this year won't do the same? We've had some great talents come through our doors
95.
this year and last year. And some legends of the sport, of course, the likes of Richie Burnett and Martin Adams and Robert Thornton.
100.
Some of which have actually won a phase and picked up a very nice financial bonus for that. Burnett winning phase 2. Phase 5 won by Robert Thornton.
25. Nathan, you require
Who's going to win leg 5 here? Based on the averages, it's easy to say that Rafferty is the favourite for the match from here. And he does fix that one. I'm not sure what he was doing with his first dart, because if he hits the 45, he leaves 34. So a little bit of a brain freeze to start, but then
Six-leg
he
Thibault
gets the antifreeze out and fixes it.
$140.
One thing that Rafferty said to me this morning was that it was early. I saw him at maybe 10 to 8 this morning.
100.
Maybe a tiny bit earlier than that, but that's the dart circuit these days. You've got to get up.
41.
Be the early bird. Catch that worm. And he knew playing in game 1 today
85.
that he was going to have to start much better than yesterday. He started in game 3, so he had a bit of a late start, but I think that was quite kind considering he had to get all the way from Minehead to here. But I'm sure he was in bed early last night.
60.
And he looks a lot fresher today than he did yesterday. The average reflects exactly what he was doing yesterday. And in fact, his checkered percentage too is very much akin
57.
to Monday. 84 average, 1 in every 4 doubles hit. It was a winning formula yesterday. Who's to say it won't be today?
100.
He's not that far from the winning line in this match. In fact, he's only 3 darts
48.
away.
Nathan, you require 156.
Biggest out yesterday for Nathan, 154.
42.
He won't like that last dart.
160.
Biggest out yesterday for Tricole, 64.
60. Nathan, you require 140.
That was the smallest personal best finish of the day. Can Rafferty finish this off on tops? First match dart, and it's the only one he needs.
Nathan Rafferty.
114 seals it, a 4-2 win, and a very good start to the day for Nathan, who gets himself on 10 points for the group, and he lays down the marker for Matt Campbell, who he was tied on points with overnight. But 85.96, that's a good start. And I think that's something to build on for the rest of the day. But Tricole has got problems sitting on 2 points after 6 games and 9 matches left. We're going to get a look at Matt Campbell in the next game. And he's up against Sebastian Steyer of Poland, who is yet to register a point in Group A. Good morning and welcome back to our second game of the day. We're about to see Matt Campbell, our overnight leader for the first time today, up against the person who was sitting at the foot of the table overnight. It's another day and another shirt. Look at that. Isn't that a wonderful thing? A ninja in a white suit with a pink bandana. I think that shirt's going to be quite popular with our viewers today. It's definitely caught my attention. But the 41-year-old from Poland, well, the pressure's off him today.
It's Matt to throw first. Game on.
It wasn't so much a dream yesterday, but more of a nightmare. Running average for the day for Sebastian, 76.45. Only the one maximum.
60.
And no ton plus finishes. You just get the feeling that he will definitely improve today. He will hope so.
44.
But if I was to give him any advice this morning, it would be just relax. Take it easy. There's no pressure on you to get through this group now. There's way more pressure on Matt Campbell, though.
100. $100.
Just try and keep things steady in the first couple of legs and let it click. You can see his right arm there. Just trying to relax it a little bit more.
96.
His follow-through is very fierce. And that is going to really impart some muscle twitches at some point. You've got to relax
41.
that right arm, that right shoulder. And relax in other ways like deep breathing. And just allow your body to mold its way into playing at its best. You can see
100.
that Matt Campbell here is playing with a bit of freedom. He knows he's playing pretty well. And he's a generally relaxed character anyway.
97. Matt, you require 145.
Good start here from Matt Campbell. The ideal result for him in this match is to replicate what he did to Sebastian in game 14 yesterday, which was a 4-0 victory.
59. Matt, you require 16.
Double 8 will give him a 16-dart start.
Game shot on the
And
first
that is
leg.
exactly what he finds.
Matt Campbell.
So Matt Campbell, who has been usurped at the top of the table by Nathan Rafferty in game 1, has just laid down a marker for himself in 16 darts.
To throw first. Game on.
As for Matt Campbell's day yesterday,
60.
a running average of 86.65, which was the most impressive. Only had a couple of maximums. It'll be interesting to see how many he gets today.
62.
I don't suppose he's noted for massive amounts of maximums. Had a best average yesterday of 91.27. I do know for a fact that he can reach much higher levels than that in CDC Tour darts in North America. I've seen him average over 110.
95.
High out yesterday of 120. But it's all about the points. It's all about the leg difference as well. And when you look at his position in points and leg difference yesterday, it was all very much something to smile about. Plus 10 in leg difference after yesterday. And if he replicates that today, he is going to be in a fiercely aggressive position coming into the final day of the group tomorrow.
41. $60.
Matt is first to a finish once again, but he should have company in a matter of seconds. And does.
100.
Steady.
Matt, you require 150.
To leave the much easier out. But hang on a minute. I think he did the right thing there, trying to nestle that second dart in with the other.
81. Sebastian Steyer 117.
Didn't have a ton plus out yesterday, Sebastian. This would do his confidence the world of good if he could find this.
77.
Give it a really good try.
Requires 69.
That forces Matt to go for 12s now. Double 13.
56. Sebastian
Just a
requires
little
40.
bit scruffy towards the end of that leg. And Sebastian goes for double 10.
Game shot
And finds the second leg. So he's not going to be double bageled by Matt Campbell in the first 2 days of this group. It's a good find. And what I like is that that dart was towards the northern end of that double 10. That is a good little piece of advice I would give to young players coming through. Trust me, I know
96.
about busting double 10 and hitting 15s. If you go too far north and hit a single 6 or a double 6, at least you've got another shot.
100.
So when you're practicing your double 10, go for the top half.
58.
It's a big welcome this morning to everybody tuning in on YouTube, wherever you are, whether you're on public transport or whether you're at work
83.
or just chilling at home. You might even have us on your smart TV, which is not a bad option for a Tuesday morning. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate your company.
137.
And to everybody tuning in via your favoured bookmaker streaming services around the world, thank you for your company as well. Just remember that you have the ability to have a little wager on
55.
some of the aspects of our games today, whether it's most 180s, the king of the hockey, of course, which is the winner of the game, the most 180s and the highest finish
57.
in the match for one player. But please gamble responsibly, and remember it's for over 18s only, and begambleawares.org for more information.
59. Matthew Ricard 153.
Advantage Campbell once again. This time double 18 for a big out.
135.
He'll come back with the option of double 9.
$60. Matthew require 18.
Doesn't look like he's splitting it. He is now. Double 4.
10.
Saw
Sebastian
the wire
Steyer,
bend.
144.
This would be very much against the run of play. Biggest out yesterday for Sebastian, 84.
128. Matthew require 8.
Matt will be wise to get rid of this now.
Game shot on the
And he
third
heeds the
leg.
warning. 2-1 to
Campbell.
Matt Campbell. So Canada takes a 2-1 lead over Poland in this match, as he is chasing Nathan Rafferty at the top of the table.
Fourth leg Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
So let's talk about yesterday's World Championship draw then, because there was a lot made of it on social media last night. Of course,
85.
the headline draw, Fallon Sherrick against Steve Beaton. That is going to be something. On top of that, it's going to be Matt Campbell against
100.
Adrian Lewis in round 1. Yes, Adrian Lewis, not a seed. So you could say that Campbell's been dealt a bit of a harsh
83.
draw. But the winner of that match will take on Gary Anderson. It doesn't get much harder than that.
118.
Now, ultimately, you want to play legends on the stage at the Alexandra Palace. But every time Matt Campbell goes there, he seems to play a legend, because last year he played Scott Waits.
24.
And he lost in a final leg shootout to Waitsy. He's going to go up against another
97.
two-time world champion. And if he gets through that, he'd have to play a two-time world champion once again. So I'm seeing a pattern here for Matt Campbell. All he ever does is play dual
99.
world champions. Superb stuff from the Canadian. That is a
170.
picture-perfect 170 approach. Just a little bit of proof as to how good he is. This really is a fabulous performance so far from him.
60. Matt, you require 16.
Averaging over 90. And too hot to
Game
handle
shot on
for
the
Sebastian
fourth
Steyer so far.
Matt Campbell.
3-1 to him. He can't wait to get back to the hockey after that break of throw. He wants to get this job done.
Fifth leg, Matt to throw first. Game on.
Two players we are yet to see so far this morning. Lee Cox and Dan Lauby.
87.
I fancy Dan to have a much better day today. Even though he did pick up 6 points yesterday, I just think maybe he'll be a bit more in tune with the challenge today.
115.
He could be the danger man.
$137.
Being here, of course, Matt Campbell wants to pick up money. He wants to pick up that £2,000 at the end of the Week 4 Rainbow.
90.
I wouldn't bet against him winning this group and going on to Saturday's finals. And I wouldn't bet against him winning Champions
59.
Week next week as well. That would be a nice little injection before going to Alexandra Palace to take on Adrian Lewis. And he's going to need confidence if he's going to win that game.
140.
Confidence he may have coming here, but more confidence he will yield if he wins over the next couple of weeks.
180.
And there is
Sebastian
his first
Steyer,
180 of this match. What a time to hit it, because it sets up his first match dart.
100. Matt, you require 38.
Double 19 straight for it. And he returns to double 8.
22.
Clips the wire, and Sebastian
you
can
require
survive
56.
here. He's done well to stick around. Double 18.
20.
Got close, but
Matt,
not
you
close
require
enough.
16.
Match start number 4 for Campbell. The fifth one
8.
is wide.
Sebastian, you require 36.
I'm sure Sebastian thought the
Game
match was
shot on the
over,
fifth leg.
but he was wrong,
Sebastian Steyer.
because he comes in and gets his second leg of the contest, and now we have to put a big question mark against whether the table topper from yesterday will
Sixth
actually
leg,
win this
Sebastian
one.
to throw first. Game on.
You can see how Matt feels about it in the background, but what he just did, a lot of people may not want to see from a player, shaking the
59.
head. But I don't mind it, because he did it behind his opponent when he couldn't see it. He's a smart cookie, is Matt
96.
Campbell. He doesn't project negativity in the eye line of his opponent. I talk to a lot of young players about this. Project positivity that they can
56.
see, hide negativity that they can't see. And that way your opponent never sees weakness.
137.
It's harder than it sounds, because a lot of reactions we have as human beings just come out naturally in the moment. But if you can harness that,
60.
you can be a tougher nut to crack. Should go bull here.
94.
And he had the right idea, because the 25 would have left him 167.
$81.
Sebastian just can't seem to get out of that mid-70s range in the average. He can't find those big visits
96.
to vault his scoring into another stratosphere. He's constantly searching for scores. That first dart,
60.
it's not poor
Matt,
by
you
any
require
means.
78.
In fact, it's very good. It just never seems to make the rest of the visit easier. Double top for his 6th match dart.
38.
He will have at least a 7th and an 8th, you would feel. Doesn't want to be hanging around too much, because if he loses this leg,
51. Mark you require
Steyer might be favourite. Double 10. And he finally gets the job done.
Matt Campbell.
So it is 4-2 to Matt Campbell, and he returns to the top of the table. It's a good display to start things off. I mean, his average was around 92 for most of the game. It has dropped a little bit, but still, it's too hot for Sebastian Steyer to handle. The checkouts came down because of the mismatched darts, but overall, a decent performance to start things off. Dan Lauby, his North American compatriot, will come back to our Rocky in game number 3, and he's up against Lee Cox, so don't go far. Welcome to match 3 on Tuesday. It's been an interesting day so far, with the strong players towards the top of the table bolstering their position at the top. So will that be the case for either Dan Lauby or Lee Cox? Welcome back to Lee, who had a very good start yesterday, winning his first 3 matches. But things did not work out well in his last 2 games. With Dan Lauby, it was the other way around.
First leg leader throw first. Game on.
He lost his first 2 and won his last 3. I suppose
26.
It would be an interesting question to pose to these two this morning. Would you take 6 points
60.
today, just like yesterday? I'm not sure they would. I think they'll fancy getting 8 points.
96.
I think the fact remains that they might need at least 8 points to be in the mix,
60.
because only one person will come through this group, It's not like Group C, where it's 2 players, or Group B, where it's 3 from 5 playing in the group.
39.
This is a ruthless state of affairs on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday.
60.
If you're not the best player, you're going to play the rest of the week to try and qualify, instead of having Thursday and Friday off to get ready for Saturday night.
60.
But as far as yesterday is concerned,
84.
Lee Cox had a running average of 81.24. He did have the best individual average in a game of 98.6.
180.
Maybe I should say that a bit more, because as soon as I did, he finds his first 180 of the day.
93. Lee Uruguay 100.
He doesn't need a maximum here, just needs 520s. Or the equivalent of.
60.
Gets
Daniel
3.
Carr, 144.
Lauby is
43.
languished on
Lee
101
Uruguay,
with
40.
Lee coming back for tops.
Game shot on the
That's a
first
decent
leg.
start.
Lee Cox.
20 darts is enough to take that first leg, and Dan Lauby, who doesn't have the darts in this contest, has got to answer straight away in leg 2.
Leg Dan to throw first. Game on.
Yes, only 5 ton plus outs
98.
yesterday, and that's something that Dan did not have. In fact, his highest finish all day was 68. I just get the feeling that that's not going to happen today.
45.
Another way to embellish the brilliance of Lee Cox from yesterday, especially in the first 3 games, was that he had the best leg of the day. He had a 10-darter.
95.
And I said this yesterday, but I'm going to say it again today. All of the chatter
59.
about this group coming into Monday morning was about the American, the Canadian, the Polish guy, you know, the guy from Northern Ireland who's just been in the World
59.
Youth Final, and a very dangerous second-ranked in the WDF Frenchman. Nobody was talking about Lee Cox. But he rebuffed that
60.
yesterday in his first 3 games by saying, I'm here to win this group. And I admire that attitude. Not to mention the fact that he's the most experienced player out of everybody playing today.
96. Lee Uruguay 170.
He's got a chance for another 170. He's already had one of those this year. If my memory serves me right, it was to win a match.
Dan Uruguay 140.
That's the only way to hit a 170. 66 left. And that will do. If you're not going to take that big out, leave the double. 13 for the bull has to be the route now. Bullseye. Superb from Lee Cox. What a recovery after slipping on that first start into the 11. A safe 13 and a bullseye find to be 2-0 up against a very dangerous opponent. Now, I didn't accuse, I just surmised in the past that Lee Cox was not the best starter in campaigns.
78.
Just based on what I'd seen from him. He seemed to finish a day better than he started, but what we're seeing here is a much finer start than yesterday,
100.
average-wise. And of course, yesterday he was good at the start and not so good at the end.
134.
So maybe I was wrong. But one thing I did find out yesterday via a direct message from the Live League's very own Kevin Burness, who has qualified for Champions Week next week via week 1. It was him
42.
that gave him the nickname Crafty Coxie. So, yeah, fair play to you, Kevin. I like it. That's the pitfall of going 25 for the 1-2-1 out. If you edge the bullseye, you can't finish 11. But you can
140.
finish 8.
Lee, you require 8.
Double 2. Madhouse.
No score. Dan, you require 107.
That could sting. And if Lauby finds his first ton plus finish of the week, he's back in the match. Double top.
Game shot on the
Splendid from Lauby,
Dan
because if
Lauby.
he misses that and his opponent does convert, he's going to be 3-0 down. And in every likelihood, in a lot of trouble.
Game on.
I told you he was going to better that 60.
60.
Checker from yesterday. It didn't take long. This game was a bit perplexing yesterday in match 13.
100.
It was 4-0 to Dan Lauby, averaging 85.89.
96.
Just sensed that maybe Lee Cox was a bit tired in that final game of the day yesterday. It was his worst performance of the day. Maybe not from an average perspective,
60.
but overall. If you think playing 5 games
100.
of best of 7 is easy against tough opposition and having to hang around in between games as well and put in the practice and all that kind of stuff, it's not easy at all. And when you do it day in, day out, it's tiresome. It gives you aching limbs, it gives you headaches because you're thinking so much about what is going on.
100. Lee, you require 161.
Darts is not just about what you do on the hockey, it's about how you rest and everything associated with it. Lee's the only one with a maximum
90.
in this match. He's got
Dan,
2
you require
now.
145.
And he's got a chance on 71. Now that Dan has missed the 145.
65. Lee, you require 71.
$18 for tops.
Game
Very
shot on
good
the
in
fourth
response to losing
Lee Cox.
that previous leg. He's now 3-1 up. And that is a pinpoint finish. That was
It's
very
like Lee, the
assured,
throw
wasn't it?
first. Game on.
Penny for the thoughts of the American at the back of the room.
100.
It's like being 2 touchdowns down and you're into the last 4 or 5 minutes of a game.
180.
Somebody's got the ball back. Now he's got to drive. He's not quite in Hail Mary
59.
country right now. But if he doesn't score heavily over the course of this and the next leg, he will be.
30.
I'll apologise in advance for the amount of NFL references I'm going to have with Dan Lauby. I don't get much of an opportunity to use them.
47.
But Dan would get them, being an Indianapolis Colts fan.
80. 60.
He's got control of this leg. And he does know that he can win consecutive legs against Lee
96.
Cox because he did it yesterday. He just has to do the same again. Their averages are very similar. They're both averaging 84.
65. Daniel Ricard 115.
Job 1, take leg 5. And boy, he is
42.
quick, isn't he?
Lee Ricard 170.
Sometimes too quick for our cameras. Quick for my eye. Lee Cox looking for a 170 to finish the match again.
81.
For a
Daniel
second, I thought he was going to get
73.
that. .54 left.
Game
Oh,
shot
that
in
is
the fifth
superb.
leg.
I
Dan
didn't
Lauby.
expect him to go 18 for double 18. I thought with those long darts that the single would cover the bed. How wrong was I? It's 3-2 now.
6 leg down to throw first. Game on.
We've got him down as
55.
Dan on our graphic, but it's Danny on the shirt. Not really sure what he prefers. I'll just call him Mr. Lauby. I think that's what his students call him back in Terre Haute, Indiana.
$57.
If we talk about his football team, they've had some incredible greats over the years. The all-time great Peyton Manning was their quarterback for their Super Bowl win.
123.
They had a fabulous quarterback up until a couple of years ago called Andrew Luck. But
58.
unfortunately, he had to retire due to injury. At the minute, they've got a decent guy called Carson Wentz, a former MVP when he was at the Philadelphia Eagles.
58.
I think they could be dangerous in the next couple of seasons. The Indianapolis Colts, they're a very good organization.
140.
Gets very cold there during the winter, though. I suppose coming over to the UK
45.
at this time of year, it's a bit of a break from some ridiculously low temperatures they get.
41. Lead car 135.
60 for ball, the only route left. Well, it's the equivalent to 3 bulls for Dan Lauby.
150.
It's a superb approach.
98.
He's put maximum pressure on this shot for Lee Cox. Does he get a match dart? It's a double 9.
80.
That was an intelligent try. But he might be going all the way now.
20.
And they are the first misses at double in this match for Lauby. And they could be very, very costly.
Game shot.
They are costly indeed, because you saw that dart shake when the second dart of the visit really did punctuate that double 9 well. It's a good performance from Lee Cox. He was up for a bit of a scare towards the end of that match, but he did survive it. 40% on the checkouts for both, but ultimately it was that start for Lee Cox that gave him the breathing room he required. So round 1 is done. We're going to go into round 2 with match number 4 coming up. And Sebastian Steyer is up against Nathan Rafferty, who now has to try once again to get back to the top of the table after being usurped by Matt Campbell. Welcome back. It is time for round 2 to start now, with Nathan Rafferty in second position in the table. He was first for a very short amount of time, but now if he beats the pole Sebastian Steyer, he will go back to the top of the table. I still haven't had time to practice that place name. I wonder if my good friend Dagmara Smith can text me a voice note to see how I can say that. She's my usual Polish translator, the wife of great dart player Michael Smith.
First. Game on.
But all in good time. I promise you I will try and say it tomorrow. One thing that Sebastian is still trying to do is to register points in the table. And it won't come much
100.
harder than against a very confident Nathan Rafferty.
100.
If I'm trying to give Sebastian some good news, then it doesn't come much better than this. So far today, the players on the left-hand side of the draw sheet are winning.
77.
Every result for the person with the darts has been a 4-2 win. So if that pattern continues,
96.
he will win 4-2. But we know it's not as simple as that.
$77.
Rafferty will be buoyed by the fact he started with an average almost 20. Better than his first game yesterday. Oh, look at that.
160.
Wow. You don't see that very often, but there was a lot of thinking behind that 160 shot there from Nathan Rafferty. They call him the natural.
140. Nathan,
It's no wonder.
145.
Yeah, thinking behind that as well to take the 5 off the end. This is what Sebastian's got to do. He's got to try and leave something doable after 12 darts.
39.
Yesterday his
Nathan,
best leg
80.
was 16 darts. Twice. That has to change. Double top.
40. Sebastian, you require
Steyer
68.
does come back for 68 to try and take the lead in this match. Double top.
48.
Not far away.
Nathan, you require 40.
But he's had his pocket pinched quite a few times over the last day and a bit. Is it going to happen again?
Game shot on the first
There's your answer,
leg.
because a 17
Nathan
darter was
Rafferty.
good enough to break Steyer in the first leg of this contest. And we can see who the confident players are at this point and who the most unconfident
Second leg,
players are.
Nathan to throw first. Game on. $96.
Dart players are superstitious animals. Of that, there is no doubt. And I think Rafferty is one of those. Because yesterday he started with black flights.
60.
They didn't seem to work. One of them was torn, funnily enough. But he went back to the practice room, put in these white ones, and he's been winning ever since.
68.
He's not lost a match since he put the white flights in. It was a big day yesterday
88.
when it came to people coming through that last chance qualifier for the World Championship.
80.
There were some very interesting games yesterday, that's for sure. Nick Kenny came through. Well done to Nick for getting through that qualifier twice in the last 2 years.
100.
Talk about leaving it late, Nick.
$140.
One of the things that came out yesterday as well, it's not just about the glory of the tour.
83.
It was the heartbreak of the tour as well. I'll talk about that a little bit more in the next leg, because it looks like Rafferty might get close to winning this one right here. And he does get
97.
close, but not close enough.
Sebastian Steyer, 170.
This would cheer Sebastian up, something rotten. Go on, Seb, you can hit this. Go on, you can do it. He gave it such a good go.
Nathan, you require 20.
Double 10 is not good to Rafferty this time, and neither is double 5.
16.
He decides to leave double 2 instead of busting the score. Double 8. He was good in this department yesterday.
17.
But
Nathan,
not quite there.
4.
Rafferty is a lucky boy to be getting a chance for 2-0.
Game shot on the
2-0 it is.
Nathan
I didn't
Rafferty.
see it on the camera, but I get the feeling he may have moved to the left of that dart. I think it was a bit of a blocker. Not a blocker indeed, as he goes 2-0 up.
Throw first. Game on.
So let's talk about the people that had a bad day yesterday. And I'm talking about the people who have lost their tour privileges.
115.
We'll start with fellow Northern Irishman of Rafferty and Mickey Mansell. He's worked extremely hard over the last couple of years, but he has gone into surgery recently. And as a result of not playing and not getting to the World Championship, he has lost his tour card. But I have every faith that Mickey Mansell will return.
50.
Some of the other names who have lost their cards. Justin Pipe has had a card throughout the tour card era. Cristo Reyes, John Worsley. They didn't play in the qualifier yesterday.
47.
But Cristo Reyes, we haven't seen anything of him for the last 2 years. I'm not even sure if he's playing darts anymore.
58.
I think the biggest story of the lot, though, was definitely Justin Pipe. One of the best players I've ever seen on the floor from about 10 years ago. He was so hard to beat. I just wonder whether Justin wants to play anymore. We haven't seen him for
57.
a little while, and he might concentrate on stuff outside of darts now. But if he does go to Q school, he will cause people problems. Sometimes you just need a break from the game and a way to reset yourself.
45. Nathan, you require 150.
If he doesn't choose to go back to the PDC, well, he could always come here. He could always play in the live league.
96.
Sebastian's going to hate
25.
that visit
Nathan,
so much.
54.
It's going to really frustrate him, especially now that Rafferty is on for a possible 3-0 scoreline.
14.
He's still possibly on it because Steyer is not on a finish on 178. You can see in the background there the Northern Irishman just mimicking
60.
his
Nathan,
follow-through, just trying to get something going as far as that punctuated follow-through is concerned, and it does work.
Nathan Rafferty.
Really good from him. He's using the Paul Lim tactic of the ghost dart. The ghost dart works.
Fourth leg, Nathan to throw first. Game on.
Think about other players who use that ghost dart. An old pal of mine, Scott Kirchner from the United States, used to do that a lot. Paul Lim, Mikuru Suzuki, and a lot of my Asian friends, the likes of Yukie Sakaguchi, someone
59.
who made a bit of a name for herself at the women's series recently. It's practicing a dart before you throw a dart. It's the equivalent of having a practice swing
97.
before you hit your tee shot. There's nothing wrong with it, but it has to be for the right reasons.
100.
The one thing I'm noticing about Steyer's throw is that the address position is very high, and then the dart dips towards his eye line. I just wonder
100.
if he's better off just lowering that dart at the start. Look at the right elbow, how it comes down. If he can
100.
maintain elbow height, on a more consistent basis, maybe he would find a bit more consistency with his game. But you can see that Rafferty is a thrower. He throws the dart through the air very naturally, whereas Sebastian, he pushes it with ferocity.
100. Nathan, you require 160.
It's just to get a second win from 2 games today.
Sebastian require 142.
He might get a look at that 100. And he does now. And this is an important 100 checkout for Nathan Rafferty if he does have ambitions of topping the table, because his leg difference is +6. Matt Campbell's is +12.
60. Sebastian,
he's got to make 82 inroads on that, and a 4-0 scoreline would definitely help. But that won't help it. That's a beautiful bullseye. And that is an 82 checkout. Superb stuff from Steyer. And sometimes you just need proof of how good somebody is. That's it right there. You will not see a better 82 checkout than that anywhere.
$100.
The fact remains, though, he's still averaging 76. I'll give him one thing. He's very consistent.
60.
Always seems to be in that 70s range. If you look at his performances yesterday, he started with an 81. After that, 72.
85.
He had a really bad game against Dan Lauby. He only averaged 70. But then 80 against Nathan Rafferty yesterday.
60.
And even if he was averaging 80 here, based on the exchanges towards the ends of legs, he'd probably still be 3-1 down. Even though Rafferty's only averaging 78 here.
57.
He just seems to be speeding up a little bit here, Rafferty. The rhythm seems to have lost itself throughout the course of legs 4 and 5.
28.
And one thing we do know from yesterday's play is that 3-0 is no guarantee of success. In Lee Cox, we had someone who was 3-0 up against Matt Campbell yesterday, cruising.
140.
He ended up losing 4-3. Rafferty does not want that to happen to him.
81. Sebastian require 48.
But Steyer's on the comeback trail here. And double 16 is starting to work.
Sebastian Steyer.
So, someone's starting to build a bit of confidence. And if I were him, I'd keep leaving that double.
6 flag Nathan to throw first. Game on. $100.
Looks a bit more at ease with the challenge today, does Sebastian. He hasn't started perfectly today. But he does have an opportunity to build confidence, and I'd get that dart pretty quickly.
140.
Well done. That was going to drop on the floor if a feather had flown by.
85.
If I were in Nathan's shoes right now, I'd be feeling a bit urgent. I'd want to get rid of this one as soon as possible. He does not
100.
want to go to leg 7 because Sebastian would have the darts. This is much better, and I would steer clear of that.
140.
There was a distinctive wobble about that second dart. As much as he wanted the maximum, I would have played it quite defensively.
60. 60.
The exchange, trebleless visits. Not this time. Sensible. Leaves the 2 darter, but it's not in his hands now. 60 for double 18. That's a wild one.
76.
That's a great
Sebastian
recovery.
Steyer, 96.
Steyer's had a really good 82 finishing this match in 2 darts. Oh, we would love to get 91 more.
64. Nathan require 40.
He needs to dodge match darts if he's to stop this pattern of 4-2 victories today. Double 5.
Game shot on the
Excellent
match.
find from Rafferty.
Nathan Rafferty.
So 4 matches in today, and we have 4 2s aplenty. There you see, the average is very, very similar. Only 0.02 between them, and the checkouts are very similar, but the key battles were won by Rafferty early, and getting that double 5 at the end stopped us from going all the way for the first time today. So he is back at the top of the table now on 12 points. He's the man to be caught. But Dan Lauby and Thibault Tricole will come in for match number 5, and they're both looking to recover after poor starts on Tuesday. Hello and welcome back to our action here. It's game number 5 of Group A on Tuesday. We are getting to the nitty-gritty part of moving day on Tuesday, so people have got to start winning if they haven't been doing so this morning and yesterday. I am, of course, talking about these two in positions 4 and 5. And Thibault has not won now for over 24 hours. So that needs to change. Danny Lauby, who has got his draw for the World Championship
Game on.
yesterday, he will know exactly what he'll need to do. He has drawn a very dangerous player in William O'Connor. And the winner of that one will take on the 3-time Lakeside champion, Glenn Durrant. Maybe he heard me. He's got a mean look in his eye right now.
81.
He strikes me as the kind of person when he gets a roll on, he is hard to stop.
137.
I think this could be overdrive for someone who... I don't know if he's got a definitive nickname, but if he doesn't
100.
pick this one, and this is just my opinion, I think he's missing a trick.
136.
He's from Indianapolis, or the surrounding areas of Indianapolis. Why doesn't he call himself Indy 501?
100.
Very reminiscent of Indy 500, of course. The famous race. But tops,
8.
that could have been one of the
80.
quickest legs I've ever seen if he'd have hit that. And I don't know if this pace is going to suit Thibault. He's getting in on the act.
60. Dan, you require 40.
Double 10. He is
30.
definitely picking up the pace
You require 20.
in this leg. It hasn't worked yet,
Game
because
shot on the
Thibault
first
Tricole
leg.
takes the first
Thibault
leg.
Tricole.
I think we should all take a bit of a breather after that one before we go into leg 2, because it's about to go into hyperdrive.
Second leg, Dan to throw first. Game on.
I've had a few messages this morning on Twitter, and of course you can get in touch with us at
100.
Darts Live League, or myself at the Asset 180. I've been asked by Neil when I'm going to play in this league. Well, it's not going to be this year,
41.
because this is the last qualifying week. There's one thing you can't do here, and that's commentate and play at the same time.
81.
So we will wait until next year for me to play here. One of our regulars has
40.
asked why I didn't mention Matthew Edgar and him losing his card. Well, I was getting to that. I can't mention everybody
97.
at the same time. I was trying to squeeze it out over the course of the whole day. There's a lot of matches to talk about. A lot of subjects to
140.
reference as well. But yes, Matthew Edgar has lost his card. I think after looking at Matt's feed the last
58.
couple of days, I think it's the right time for him to just take stock and look forward.
140.
I have no doubt in my mind that Matthew Edgar's going to get back on tour. It's just what he does.
43.
And we have had a
Big-
query from someone
Big
talking
Boy
about
140.
how this competition is structured. So I'll go through that in the next leg for our newer viewers.
60. Daniel Carr 120.
418s for Bull for the second leg. Most importantly, to stop Tricole getting a shot at 80. He needs the Bull.
97.
Not far off.
Thibault Tricole 80.
For a 2-0 lead. He hasn't found himself in this position a great deal this week.
Game shot on
He
the
does
second
now, though.
leg.
Danny
Thibault
Lauby is in a bit of
Tricole.
trouble against the Frenchman, who is starting to find something. He's only won one match so far this week. He's halfway to 2.
Leg, Thibault to throw first. Game on.
But to answer that query about how this tournament is structured, we have 6 players on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday playing in Group
100.
A. Group A sees 1 player at the top of the table qualify for Saturday night's final
60.
stage. Positions 2 and 3 in Group A after Wednesday go to Group B,
59.
which will be a 5-player group on Thursday and Friday night. When you play Group B, 3 players come through that group
140.
and go to the Saturday finals. And then positions 4, 5 and 6, so the bottom 3 of Group A come tomorrow, will stay in this time slot
57.
on Thursday and Friday to play in a 6-player group. And then 2 players from that group will go to the finals.
100.
Just to give you an indication of who is coming later in the week. Group C will be Diogo Portela of Brazil, Richard North and Scott Baker
81.
makes his return. Whereas our action in Group B, which will be live on Sporty Stuff TV,
140.
we'll have Cameron Menzies, Jim Williams and Neil Duff. And the second and third place players from this group. That should be really interesting.
100. Daniel requires 61.
Single 3. Leaves double 4.
53.
That's another miss at
Thibault
double.
Tricole, 104.
That's 7 now. That doesn't help. You can't finish 103 in 2 darts.
38. Daniel require 8.
Double 2.
Gain shot on the
Finally
third
finds
leg.
a double.
Lauby.
You can sense a little bit of the relief on Danny Lauby's face there. But from here, he's got to kick on.
4th leg down to throw first. Game on.
Just to touch on what I mentioned
59.
about players losing their card. I mentioned Justin Pipe in the last game. I felt like he deserved the first mention
60.
because of what he's done in the game previously. But let's not forget that Jelle Klaassen has lost his tour privileges
100.
as well. Alongside tour winners like Josh Payne and Darren Webster. They have also dropped outside the top 64. And as well as Edgar, Krista Reyes and Mark McGeaney has also lost
86.
his card. James Wilson saved his card by making the World Championship at the Last Chance playoff yesterday. So well done to James.
85.
Let's not forget, though, that when they do go to Q School, if they choose to do so,
100.
they will go straight into the second phase of Q School. They don't have to go through the pre-qualifier. So that is a little bit of a bonus when it comes to the January action.
100. Daniel require 156.
Another for double 18.
Game shot on the
Oh,
4th
boy.
leg.
That is the best finish of the week from Danny Lauby. What a great shot that was. It was never in doubt.
Like
That first start was so perfect. And then a beautiful second. And he made that look simple.
85.
Just a little iota of what he can do on the dartboard when he finds his rhythm and his accuracy.
60.
I was trying to figure out yesterday one of the reasons why
100.
Danny is so quick. Probably has something to do with the fact that he's a drummer. And when
96.
you're a drummer, you have to be rhythmic. And you do have to have quick hands.
81.
As far as Thibault's concerned, the second ranked player in the WDF
40.
going into some lakeside action come early January. So he's going to be spending New Year's Eve in the
81.
UK because that championship starts on New Year's Day.
40. Thibault Tricole, 154.
Won't have a great deal of distance to cover. France to Lakeside isn't that far a distance.
96.
Leaves himself handily placed on 58 after 5 visits here in what is a very fast-paced game.
57. Thibault Tricole, 58.
Double top.
38.
That 156 checkout seems like a long time ago.
140.
Even though it was only the last leg.
20.
Tricole for double 10. Now needs 5s and
Game
hits
shot
it
in
for a
the fifth
3-2
leg.
lead.
Thibault Tricole.
So he's trying to reverse what happened yesterday. He lost to Danny Lauby yesterday, but now he is the favourite to win this one.
6 leg down to throw first. Game on.
I'm always fascinated by shirt
96.
designs, nicknames, things that you would find on their flights. Everything is a decision.
59.
And if you look a little closely to Thibault Tricole's flights, he's got lighthouses on them.
98.
Now, there's something you don't usually see on a darts flight. I myself have got the heavy metal band Motorhead on mine,
83.
which I'm sure is something that Danny would appreciate, being into music.
59.
Got lighthouses. Yeah, that's a new one on me. I'll have to figure out why.
24.
I wonder if it's got something to do with a movie or maybe the fact that he lives near a lighthouse.
123.
I'll have to ask him. The light at the end of the tunnel in this game is a little bit further away with Dan Lauby on the finish here in leg number 6. Does he get another 25 for Bull? Does he fancy it? No, he does the right
85.
thing in leaving tops. It's easy to get carried away there. You get the bullseye and you think, should I?
59. Dan Urquhart 40.
And then your darting brain takes over.
Game shot
And Dan
on the
Lauby
6th leg.
is experienced
Lauby.
enough to take us all the way to leg 7. It's been a good game, this. A really fast-paced one, too. One more leg coming up.
7th and final leg. Thibault to throw first. Game on. $140.
I've already mentioned that Dan is an Indianapolis Colts fan. He's very well versed in what happens in the NFL.
100.
And if you pronounce Mr. Tricole or Monsieur Tricole's first name, Thibault, then the first thing
50.
that Dan's going to think of is the former quarterback of the Denver Broncos, Tim Thibault.
140.
A rather outspoken individual. Not a big fan of Tim Thibault, actually. After that ridiculous overtime win the Broncos had against the Steelers quite a few years ago.
41.
I will never, ever forgive him for that. And I've never even met the guy.
60.
It's a bit like trying to forgive Gabby Agbonlahor for his Newcastle comments on national radio over the last couple of days.
41.
Anybody who bags my hometown, you'll feel my wrath. I'm not going to talk about that much on this game because I want to pay homage to where Danny Lauby is after 12 darts. I'm sure he wouldn't like anybody talking about Terre Haute, Indiana very badly.
133. Daniel requires 61.
But this comes down to this. 58 left.
21.
And he's missed a match
Thibault
start.
96.
He's done brilliantly to get back into this. It's been a topsy-turvy affair. It was 2-0 to Thibault. It was 3-2 to Thibault.
80.
And he could
Daniel
lose it
Barr
4-3.
40.
And he
Game
has
shot
lost
in
it
the match,
4-3.
Lauby.
You can see the skip in his step there. He gets the win, and that confines Thibault to 2 points after 7 games played. Danny Lauby with 88.8, and he's got an 8 on his shirt, hasn't he? I'm not sure what that's about, but 30% on the doubles and that spectacular 156 checkout as well. A very, very entertaining game to finish up our first third of action. We're going to finish up round 2 with Matt Campbell up against Lee Cox, and both of these are in the mix for the top spot, so it could be a very good encounter. Campbell has, at 1 point today, chased down Nathan Rafferty after being 2 points behind him after match 1. Can he do exactly the same against Lee Cox here? A defeat for Lee, and it would be damaging to his chances of topping the table. It's all smiles at the start for the man from Hamilton, Ontario. One of my favourite provinces, not just in Canada, but in the world. A beautiful, beautiful place is Ontario. And back comes the man who edged out Danny Lauby in his first game of the day with a decent display. Now he takes on the other North American. What we tend to find on Tuesdays in Group A
78
are the possibilities for these players at around about this time. And each of these games becomes more important as we go on and on and
60.
on. Now this one is intriguing for me, because Matt Campbell, who I say is 2 points behind Nathan Rafferty at the top. If he wins again, not only does he chase down Rafferty, but he creates a 4-point gap between
58.
himself and Danny Lauby and Lee Cox. 4 points, the equivalent of 2 wins. So would we then start to talk about it being a 2-horse race? Not quite yet. But you'd have to say that the pressure would then be on Danny Lauby and Lee Cox a lot more than, say, Rafferty and Campbell. If they keep winning and Lauby and Cox do stumble,
139.
then we could have a 2-horse race on Wednesday. I sincerely hope that's not the case.
85. Matt,
I love it when there's
70.
about 4 players in with a shout. Double top for the first leg.
Getting shot on the
Stress-free from Matt Campbell, and that's the kind of thing you can get from him more often than not with his talent and experience.
Second leg lead to throw first. Game on.
Now, I have received a message this morning on social media
140.
talking about dart shirts. It's come from Stephen Grandison, and he's asked me, who's got your favourite dart shirt of the week so far? Now, he believes his favourite is this one from Lee Cox. Yesterday, a shirt that I accused Lee of
55.
wearing during a fight with Spider-Man because of all of the webbing on it underneath the usual design. But I'm going to have to go a little bit against my
100.
usual nature. So, Stephen, I'm going to say that my favourite is Matt Campbell's. And I'm not usually one for loud designs and bright colours and that kind of thing. But there's something I really like about the animation on it. It's not quite, but it's almost like manga, that Japanese art form, which everybody knows I'm a big fan of because my dart shirt has manga on it.
97.
Now that might make you think that I'm quite self-involved, thinking about a design that's quite similar to mine, but
136.
I like what I like, right?
70.
And I do like that shirt for Matt Campbell. I think it's fun. Bullseye.
31.
He has hit one already today.
141.
Boy, if this goes. It doesn't.
88.
Lee's got to be really astute here. I wouldn't classify that as astute. That's the pitfall. If you underpitch a dart on a single 7. Can he fix the job on double 8?
23.
Only getting one dart at a double there has maybe cost him the leg. Double top. And it has cost him the leg. Against confident players, you can't make those kinds of mistakes. I myself have been bitten by shots like that in my career, and they really hurt.
Third leg Matt to throw first. Game on.
You wonder what was going through the mind of Matt Campbell yesterday
100.
when his name was drawn against Adrian Lewis for Alexandra Palace. The word that went through my mind when I was pitched against Adrian
60.
back in 2009 was opportunity. All the pressure's on Adrian Lewis. What pressure's on Matt Campbell in that
43.
match? For me, none. If he loses, it's what people expected. If he wins, everybody starts
77.
talking about Matt Campbell all of a sudden. I think it's a brilliant draw for Matt. It's a really good shop window.
98.
And I think it's the right time for him to test himself against an Adrian Lewis on the biggest stage. Based on where he is in his career, I think it's the right time for him to play this caliber of opponent at their stage of their career.
65.
You wonder what Lee Cox's ambitions are in the next 2 or 3 years. Maybe by the time he's 40 years of age, in 2.5 years.
100.
Does he fancy his chances of making it to Ali Pali, or maybe getting to the Lakeside, something like that? I would definitely not put it past him.
50. Leader car 124.
Superb first start. Bullseye.
99.
Gave it a very good try.
145.
Most of the time he's coming back. And on this occasion he is.
61. Leader car 25.
He had 25 in the last leg and couldn't take it in 2 darts. But this time is very different as he edges closer to Matt's position at 2-1. So Matt Campbell has been given opportunities, but not in leg 3.
4 flag leader throw first. Game on.
It's all very
100.
easy for me to say this, but the way you win darts matches is to not give your opponents chances. And this is the thinking behind some of the big scorers of our
97.
era. The Van Gerwens, the Andersons, the Chisnells, the De Souzas of this world. Oh, that's 120 on the floor. And the
5.
ever-pleasant Canadian does give a little bit of an apology. Not that it was his fault. At the back of the hockey there. You just saw the dart planted in the 60, and then the next one
92.
just careered into the stem and displaced the whole thing.
$60. 100.
I'd like to take this opportunity on Tuesday to wish everybody in Scotland and all of the Scots around the world
41.
a happy St. Andrew's Day. I don't know a great deal about St. Andrew, but I know there's a very good golf course called St. Andrews.
42.
But everybody who is Scottish who is tuning in today, I hope your patron Saint's Day is a very, very good one with your loved ones, friends.
100. Matt Urucar 170.
That's a good dart. He almost sneaks another one in.
100.
If you're in Canada, it's all about Canada Day, isn't it? And I send out the same message every year on Twitter of Ralph Wiggum singing "Oh Canada" on The Simpsons.
Matt
It's
Urucar
one of
70.
my favourite things to watch. 58 left again. And double top for Matt Campbell for a 3-1 lead.
30.
Surprised he
Leader
missed
bar
it. He's been
55.
ruthless on that tops so far in this match. Double 18. I'm very surprised to see Lee Cox going for 19 for double 18, but a slight change of plan has worked out really well. He's had some
Just like
success
Matt
on
to
double
throw
nine a
first,
little
game
bit
on.
earlier today, and this time is no exception.
44.
83 average for Matt Campbell, and Lee with a 77, so it's not following a brilliant pattern so far,
58.
but it is a close game. The overall average yesterday, funnily enough, was around 83.
55.
For the entire year, the Live League has been following an average of around 85. So yesterday we were down by about 2%.
81.
Same goes for the checkouts. Just shy of 29% for the day. And we're usually around the 35% mark.
84.
Maybe one of the reasons for yesterday's action being at that level is that we had 4 debutants.
60.
You do find with some debutants that it takes them a few days to get used to the complexities of this play, playing multiple games over a 5-hour spell.
100.
It was the case for Brian Roman when he came in Phase 6's Week 1, but ultimately he was the last man standing at the end of the week.
138.
So we don't judge these players by what they do on Monday and Tuesday, we judge them by where they are on Sunday morning.
86. Leader car 164.
This would be the biggest finish of the week. Well, there's the 64 taken care of.
79. Matt car 132.
You can see what he thinks of that treble 5.
$42. Leader car 85.
Now, where does he go for the 85? A lot of people are going 19s first here, but he doesn't. Tops this time.
Game shot on the
Took
fifth
care of that,
leg.
no problem.
Lee Cox.
3-2 up as Lee Cox after being 2-0 down. So this is a very good performance all of a sudden from the London captain.
Leader throw first. Game on.
He knows plenty about being in front against Matt Campbell, though, because yesterday
60.
he was 3-0 up and he lost 4-3. He does not want to lose 4-3 again.
87.
He's looking for a little bit of redemption after that loss yesterday because that really hurt him.
60.
Of course it would hurt him. When you're 3-0 up, you expect to win by any scoreline. You do not want to lose from that kind of margin that you've given yourself.
100.
It was a very good game. In fact, for me, it was the game of the day. Lee averaged 91.36,
58.
37% in his checkouts with a high out of 146. Mike Campbell's average, very similar, 91.27. And he had 40% on his checkouts too, with a 120 checkout.
$125.
This one could go to the wire again. It does depend on what Matt Campbell does here.
59.
He was caught in 2 minds there whether to go for the 25. If he'd have hit it, he would have left 128. Which gives him his single
140.
treble
Matt, you're
bull
about
combo,
134.
whereas this one is 2 trebles. Well, that first dart really has confused me now.
58. Leader car.
Because where was that one for? Double top to win the match. And he
Game
has
shot
won
on
the
the
match,
match.
and he has
Lee Cox.
redeemed after what happened yesterday. And I think Matt Campbell remembers what happened yesterday. He stole one from Lee Cox on Monday, but this one has been stolen back. So 80.67, not good enough, but their averages both days have both been tight. I'll be really interested to see what happens with these guys tomorrow. But it's a loss for Matt Campbell, and Nathan Rafferty has maintained his spot at the top for the first time in this group with that loss for the Canadian. So moving forward, we're going to go into matches 3 for all of the players now. Danny Lauby's going to come first, and he's up against the Pole, Sebastian Steyer. Round 3 of our matches starting now with America up against Poland. And this is not Riddick Bowe against Andrew Galotta. It is Sebastian Steyer against Dan Lauby. Lauby needs to do a bit of work here to stay with the pack, because Lee Cox has just done him a bit of a favour in keeping Matt Campbell to 10 points. A little bit of table confusion. Well, we're used to that in 2021. Well, it could be a really, really interesting game, this, because so far today, Danny Lauby has picked up 1 win from 2 games.
Looks like it's Dan to throw first. Game on.
And Steyer is still yet to score. I have had a text from my good friend Dagmara Smith, and she has assured me that the right way to say Sebastian Steyer's hometown is Kejizin Kozla.
139.
I'm still going to practice that a lot over the next day and a bit. I know that Sebastian's not going to win this group
43.
from this position. He's running out of matches very quickly. So I might have plenty of chances to say that town in Poland.
121.
No matter where you go in the world, there are place names which are either humorous or
58.
very difficult to say. Now, I'm not even going to try and say the name of that Welsh town, which ends in Gogogoch. But
139.
let me just give you an indication of a town's name in Australia, quite close to where I used to live. And it was near a town called Geelong in Australia. And the place was called Indented Head. I've never forgotten that. That is one of my favourite place names in the whole world.
62.
Now, these dart players do not want to feel like they've got an indented head. They want to have a game that's very much akin to a place in Montana. They want to have a butte. The best leg he's had all week. A 13 darter, a 14 darter, or a 15 darter would have been his best leg of the week so far. He's had 2 16s.
86. Sebastian Steyer 40.
He just wants to find this double and does. That's going in the right direction for Sebastian Steyer. Now, I've said all day long that there's no pressure on him. He's just about finding his game today and tomorrow, and that's a good start.
Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
I think Wayne Mardle made a very good point yesterday when he was doing the draw for the World Championship.
96.
That we have a 16-year-old kid, and he is a kid, in Fabian Schmutzler, playing at the World Championship at Alexandra Palace, and a 67-year-old man in Paul Lim. In what other sport would you see that kind of age gap between two different
100.
players? That's what I love about this sport. It's so inclusive.
58.
It's not about age or anything else. It's about ability and talent. Doesn't matter where you're from, what you believe in. Turn up
100.
good enough. You can be the world champion.
133.
I love that from Lauby. That's great thinking.
90. Daniel require 170.
It's even better when you convert the 170 off the back of the 133.
105. Sebastian require 115.
I don't think Sebastian's ever played anybody this quick. 96 left.
99.
I'm not sure
Daniel
that
requires
anybody
65.
has played anybody this quick before. Double top. And Danny Lauby is now level with a 15 darter. That's very much akin to what we associate with Danny Lauby. Fast, furious and good.
Third leg down to throw first. Game on. 134.
Both sporting dart shirts today, which are of the same sort of colour scheme. A little bit of
55.
cobalt blue. A little bit of black in there as well. That's a nice colour combination. But nobody has been as coordinated in this room as Scott Williams. Black and yellow through and through, that guy, including
100.
the asset socks, which I still can't wrap my head around the fact that somebody put my face on their socks.
42.
I have seen some incredible darts merchandise in my time in this game, but that is up there with some of the best.
60.
Without saying too much, a player that has played here twice this year, Jamie Caven, still gets the gold
58.
medal for the most creative piece of darts merchandise, when in fact he created the Jamie Caven birth control method.
82.
If you want to know more about that, please tweet Jamie Caven.
$98.
I'm really looking forward to the next game between Nathan Rafferty and Matt Campbell. Not that I'm looking too far ahead. I'm just trying to set the scene here, you see. This is the gift of having the microphone for 5
60.
hours.
Dan, you require 110.
Is Lauby about to turn the tables?
70.
He almost does.
Sebastian, you require 144.
That's a perfect first start.
96. Dan, you require 40.
Not bad at all from the dream.
Game
But he's
shot
put
on
to
the
sleep
third
in leg
leg.
3.
Dan Lauby.
Very good from Lauby, who seems to be finding his feet here. And he's a thing who knows a thing or two about finding his feet. I'm sure there's lots of drums he could use with those feet of his. That's the thing about playing the drums. It's not about whacking drums with your hands and holding the sticks. It's about using your feet as well.
60.
He's a multi-skilled guy.
$80.
And this is the thing about dart players these days. They're not just dart players. They can do other things too at a very high level. They have hobbies. They have things to take their mind
41.
off the game. We saw yesterday in the Gerwin Price documentary that he's a very good snooker player.
60.
It's the same for Joe Cullen. I'd like to get out on the golf course when the weather's good enough. We know that our commentary colleague Chris Mason likes to go to the gym.
100.
It's good for mental health as well as physical health.
96.
One of the hobbies of one of the great players in the world, Dave Chisnell. He likes Lego. I bet you didn't know that.
62.
Stay there.
95.
He's 170 for a 3-0 or 3-1 lead, sorry. I bet he wishes it was for 3-0. But Lauby's on 8 points in the table.
170.
2 points behind, 2 of the pack at the top.
100.
He's the one playing the better darts now. Steyer's average has come down about 8 points towards 82, whereas Lauby's has gone up to 84 now.
85. Daniel requires 70.
20 for tops. Or that for double 10.
50.
And he was already there.
Sebastian requires 93.
Great shot. Double 18.
Game
Full
shot on the
credit to
fourth leg.
Sebastian Steyer.
Sebastian Steyer.
That is twice today now we have seen him take 2 darters out with really pinpoint stuff. 82 in his previous match, 93 right there. And whether he believes it or not,
93.
he is improving from yesterday's play. He still hasn't got a win, but he is playing better.
60.
I've just had
58.
a really interesting text message from Callan Ridds, one of my friends from Northumberland. Of course, a very talented player. 2-time winner on the PDC circuit this year. He said his hobby is breaking his foot. I think Sebastian Steyer wants to break the voice of Paul Hinks, our referee. That is his first
100.
maximum of the match. And Callan Ridds, of course, very handy on a BMX bike. But unfortunately, that's the kind of sport that really does lend itself to a few niggles and injuries
100.
and broken bones. So look after yourself over the next couple of weeks, Callan. Stay off the bike tracks and stay on the hockey.
85. Sebastian requires 161.
You have been warned. Hello. He decides not to go for it.
99.
What kind of pressure can Lauby put on Steyer's 62?
65.
He does get to a
Sebastian
two-darter
Steyer,
himself,
62.
but the 62 is marginally easier. Oh, he's missed the single.
30.
I didn't see
Daniel
that
Carr,
coming.
100.
And Lauby can step in here. Oh, and he
60.
almost does.
Sebastian Steyer, 32.
I think the flight just cascaded out of the red bit. 88. Biggest dart of his day so far. And he's up to it. Full credit to the Pole, who gets a 3-2 lead against the American because he's been tested for a day and a half now. And he's close to victory as he has been all week.
Pick like Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
You look at his results yesterday. And he did lose by 4 legs to 2 against Danny Lauby yesterday. That's not going to happen today.
139.
But as far as close games are concerned, he's only been beaten 4-3 once, and that was in the first game of yesterday against Thibault Tricole, which still remains Thibault's only victory.
140.
Something has happened to Steyer today. He looks a bit more relaxed.
134.
He did come up to me after the coverage yesterday and asked me for a little bit of advice. I did give him a little bit of something to think about, not too much.
58.
But if these players come up to me and ask me for some advice, I will give it to them. If I can help, I will.
100.
He will
Sebastian
feel
Steyer,
so much better if he just gets a win. It could unlock something for the rest of the week.
60.
But he is
Daniel
very much
Carr,
not over the line yet.
135.
Dan Lauby on 135 after 9.
52.
Slips into the small
Sebastian
7.
Steyer, 104.
So Steyer gets a chance to win the match. Does he stay there? Well, he did.
38.
But wasn't really
Daniel
able to
Carr,
put a massive
83.
hole in it. Bullseye.
58.
An
Sebastian
easier
Steyer,
chance now for
66.
Steyer, and he should get a match dart. Does he? It's a double 18.
30.
Bends the wire.
Daniel Carr, 25.
You can't get much closer than that. Oh no.
Sebastian
Danny was
Carr,
going
36.
for the single one for double 12, but it didn't come out of his hand right. And Steyer's got 3 darts at double 18 to win.
$18.
And you sense
Daniel
the nerves
Carr,
are there.
25.
Oh, he's missed the single again, but at least this time he's got a get-out clause, which is double 2.
21. Sebastian Steyer, 18.
He's already had 4 match darts. He's going to split this. Double 8. Just loosening up that right arm a little bit before this 5th match dart.
10.
And number
Daniel
6
Carr,
doesn't work
4.
either. I sense that if Lauby takes this, he's the favourite.
2.
But he doesn't.
Sebastian Steyer, 8.
Double 4 to win. Match dart 9.
Game
And it's
shot
there.
number
He's finally got a
Sebastian
win.
Steyer.
It was a scruffy affair, and you can see how much he values the win, but he's not going to celebrate a victory with a 77 average. I think that's just respectful to Danny Lauby. But sometimes you just got to get over the line. And that's what Sebastian has just done. So congratulations to him. Nathan Rafferty and Matt Campbell are coming next. This could be the best game of the day because these two are towards the top of the table. For the first time all week long, Sebastian Steyer is not at the bottom of the table. So congratulations to him. But let's go to the other side of the table now because Nathan Rafferty's at the top. Can he be caught in this match by Matt Campbell? We have teleported Dan Lauby and Sebastian Steyer out of the room. And in comes the Canadian and the Northern Irishman. There's a career best, as you can see. Winner of the Challenge Tour in Europe in 2021. And that can never be taken away from him. I'd be interested to hear from Matt
59.
as to whether that is his career high. Because he has played World Cup twice. He's represented his country elsewhere as well.
96.
But maybe that should read career highlight to date.
100.
His compatriot Jeff Smith is on his way back to Canada to complete his preparations for Alexandra Palace. But
96.
Matt is going to stick around. He's just come back after going home after the Grand Slam.
180.
Well, the first maximum of the match comes from Rafa. I don't know if anybody calls him that, but I'm gonna.
57.
Maybe if I say it in his accent, it sounds a bit better. Raffer.
45.
I adore that accent. I really do.
Nathan Tricole, 117.
Good start here from Nathan. Travel 19 for tops. We'll give him leg number 1.
97.
And he will come back after Matt Campbell has started somewhat cagily, but nothing cagey about this. Nothing at all.
Nathan Tricole, 20.
So just in case Rafa does spill the beans, no beans spilt
leg.
right there because
Nathan
Nathan is
Rafferty.
very good at taking the first leg. He is the favourite for the match on form and because he has the darts.
Second leg, Matt to throw first. Game on.
Nathan's got 12 points in the table, the only person to have that total. Both Lee Cox and Matt Campbell have 10. But Campbell has a better leg difference still. And if Campbell does win this match, he will go back to the top of the table for now.
$140.
If you walked up to somebody in the street who was a darts fan,
180.
as we get Nathan's second 180 of the match, and you asked them about Canadian darts, they would probably say John Part.
100.
What's weird is that if you walk most Canadian streets, nobody knows John's name. It's really, really peculiar.
131. Matt Tricole, 121.
This is a good leg, isn't it? Could be a belter on the bull.
85.
Well, if you're going to miss it,
Nathan Tricole 130.
rather better off hitting the 14 than the 25. Shouldn't have missed it at all, Matt. Oh, look at that from the natural. That is spectacular. 12 darter with 130 at the end. Natural, you better believe it.
Third leg, Nathan to throw first.
This is a great performance so far. Averaging 103. And even though Matt Campbell has raised his average to 101, it's not good enough.
180.
It is this time of day where people start to play properly. We all know that. It was at this time yesterday where Lee Cox put in the best average of the day. That was in match number 7. This is match 8. And yesterday between these two, it was a close affair. It was a very good game, which Rafferty won by 4 legs to 3. But it's only a matter of time before somebody puts in a ton plus average. And Rafferty has not done that so far in all of the games he's played here this year. This is only his 33rd match, though. He's not got the same experience of a Richie Burnett or a Martin Adams or a Mike Warburton. He hasn't been here and played hundreds of games. This is only his 2nd stint.
55.
But believe me, if he takes care of that 74 in the next visit,
98.
He's putting himself in a very good position to win this group. Double 16. And that is a 15 darter, which everybody knows is 100 average just above. But he is playing some stellar stuff here.
4th leg match to throw first. Game on.
Not only could we get the first ton plus average to win a match here, we could get another that loses a match.
100.
I said it was going to be good. I didn't think it was going to be 3-0 at this stage.
81.
But maybe Rafferty likes the fact that he's playing Campbell in match 3. It's given him an opportunity to build confidence in his
93.
first 2 matches. And this is the one he may have eyed up and said, I have to play at my best in this one.
84.
And he is. Stay there. Well, he did have the option of the 60 as well. In fact, it probably was a better option.
100.
Can he stem the tide here? The Ginger Ninja.
60.
He's not out of the woods here, because if Rafferty finds a 140, he's in trouble. And that's exactly what he finds. 60 for tops. That's in.
80.
That one isn't. And Rafferty will lick his lips at this. Double 18 for double top to finish it. Wow. What a performance from Nathan Rafferty. And I think that deserves a hug, because that was the best we've seen all week by quite a distance. And he's done it against his closest rival. Matt Campbell puts in his best performance of the week, average-wise, and only gets 2 shots at a double. 101.9, 57% with a high check-out of 130. I tip my hat to you, Nathan Rafferty. You are top of the table, not just by 2 points anymore, but 4. We're going to take a short break before we come back, and it's going to be the Frenchman Thibault Tricole against Lee Cox, who has got some chasing to do now. Hello everybody, thank you for bearing with us. We had a little bit of a break between the last match and this one because Nathan Rafferty was just too good. He got rid of Matt Campbell in no time at all. So our allotted time for this match is now. Back comes Lee Cox up against Thibault Tricole, who is now at the bottom of the table. He has not won since his first game of this group. Now has to do something about it.
Looks like it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
The crux of the matter is that Thibault is now 12 points behind the person at the top.
60.
And with 8 matches left, a possible 16 points to go,
100.
you just feel it's unlikely that he's going to get himself into the top 3. If he remains
100
in the bottom 3 over the course of the next couple of days, he will stay in this time slot for Thursday and Friday
140.
and play in Group C alongside the other 2 competitors in the bottom 3, and he will be joined by Diogo Portela, Richard North and Scott Baker.
140.
But as far as Lee Cox is concerned, he's now 4 points behind Nathan Rafferty and 2 points here against the Frenchman.
85.
Well, it's imperative. And it will get him to second place in the table. His remaining games today,
135.
Sebastian Steyer, that is in game 11, and then he will finish his campaign today
41.
against Nathan Rafferty
66.
in match number 13. Double top.
26. Thibault will require 135.
Does he return for that? We don't know. Now we do.
63. Lee require 40.
For the first leg on throw. He hands double T an opportunity. Can he hit tops?
32. Lee require
No, he
20.
can't. I don't think he's going to get another look. I was right, and Lee Cox does fall over the line in leg 1. Thibault Tricole really does have to start building some confidence from somewhere. You just don't know where it's going to come.
Thibault to throw first. Game on.
This is the brutal nature of this format. If you lose one game
100.
in a day, you think it's just one game. But if you lose 4, you think, how many times can I bat my head against the wall
40.
until it falls down? This is a very difficult format to handle if you're constantly losing. It's
60.
tremendous for building confidence if you're winning, but it can damage confidence if you keep losing.
140.
Make no mistake, Lee Cox is very astute with this format. He's played here many times before. He's had some excellent wins here. He's had some very good performances. And I think his experience so far
96.
is catching the likes of Tricole and Steyer cold.
59.
My favourite for the group before the week started was Matt Campbell.
65.
But he could find himself in third
Thibault
position
require
if Lee Cox finds a
142.
win against Thibault here.
Lee, you require 160.
Just too short on that first dart.
60.
In fact,
Thibault
short on all
require
3,
52.
which gives Thibault a chance to take leg 2. He goes for double 16.
36. Lee, you require 100.
I have to say, they're not that close. Treble 19. Yeah, he's found that. Double 19.
81.
And he gave it a really good go.
Thibault, you require
I like to see
16.
that. Double 8. He's not been happy with the last 4 darts.
Game
But he
from
will
the
very much
second
enjoy
leg.
that one,
Thibault
because that one
Tricole.
gets him level at 1-all. It hasn't been plain sailing at any point for Thibault. He needs one leg just to give him some confidence.
Third leg lead to throw first. Game on.
He's had 113 darter in a day and a half.
140.
That is not what he would have expected from this.
59.
I just wonder what kind of pace of play is best for him. Because at times he's quite deliberate,
60.
and at other times he is very rapid. I think he's just trying to make something happen.
140.
This is how I like to look at practice, or competitive practice like this is. No matter whether you're failing
140.
or succeeding, you are going in the right direction. You're never looking backwards. You're always
92.
learning about what is going
Lee,
on with
require
your game,
161.
whether it's positive or negative. I think he might have gone for that
137.
if he'd have found the 51. But maybe it's a good thing that he didn't hit it.
140. Lee, you require 24.
I would hit this though. And he
Game
does.
shot on the third leg.
He gets a 13
Lee
darter,
points.
and we know this week that he's had a 10. So he is the person who has set the standard for the best leg of the week. But that's one of the best we've seen.
Off leg Thibault to throw first. Game on.
And we've had a 12 from Nathan Rafferty in
60.
the last match with that 130 finish, which was glorious. We haven't had a 12 darter or better from
97.
anybody else apart from Lee Cox and Nathan Rafferty.
$95.
Plan B stuff there from Thibault on 441. That's a tactic that Michael van Gerwen tends to use on 441. Because what he wants to do is score 171 to leave 270, and then he's just a ton away from a finish.
83.
That gives you an indication of just how far back some of these elite professionals are thinking when it comes to what they need. You might think
45.
he's thinking of a finish from maybe 301, maybe 310. No, it's further back. It's after the first 3 darts.
137.
And this leg is definitely going towards the Frenchman, because 126 is a number that most pros love.
60.
And it was a
Thibault,
finish
your
we
power,
saw
126.
against Thibault yesterday from Nathan Rafferty.
58. 140.
A little bit of
Thibault,
pressure
your power,
applied on this
68.
68 now. Great first start. Hit double 4 the last time he was there.
Game
And he's
shot on
found
the
it
fourth
again.
leg.
So he's
Thibault
found a little
Tricole.
bit of a winning formula in this match. And its name is double 4.
Fifth leg lead to throw first. Game on.
It's not the double you can leave on purpose all the time, because it's quite a small number. But by all means, if you can leave it, Thibault,
100.
leave it. Both averages in the mid-80s, which is kind of what you expect from these
97.
two at this point in time. 82 for Thibault and then 85 for Lee. Pretty reminiscent of what they did yesterday.
100.
In fact, Thibault had some of his better performances in matches he lost. That's better from the man who got 6 180s yesterday.
100.
Believe it or not, that's only his second of the day.
41.
It's not that he's playing poorly. I think he's just having good visit, bad visit. And it's the consistency that is starting to worry him. I can see the thinking on 183 as well.
95. Leader class
171 would have left double 6. Love that dart. Double 16.
Game shot on the
That is a special finish from Lee Cox, because if he misses that and Thibault swoops, he could be in all sorts of bother, but he protects his position really well.
Game on.
And he must keep winning, because his challengers towards the top of this table are not losing. Just what would it do for the confidence of the London captain if he was to win this group against such an international flavour? There are reputations on the line here in this group.
57.
And if Lee was to be top of the tree, he'd be full of glee and he'd be free
96.
on Thursday and Friday before Saturday night, which could be very profitable.
60.
The players do get a bonus for Saturday night if they get there. £375 is guaranteed, but if they finish 4th, it's 500.
43.
£750 for making it to 3rd spot. But beyond that, of course, 3rd, 2nd and 1st position on Saturday night will return for Champions Week next week. I will be in the chair for the rest of today and all day tomorrow, but then I will sign out for the year and hand the seat over to Chris Murphy for the rest of the week. And then Mace the Ace will carry you through Champions Week next week.
100.
At which point we will say goodbye to 2021 together. To everybody who's tuned in this year, we are
94.
Supremely grateful, but we aren't finished yet. He's missed the 14. Ah, ooh la la. You should not miss that 14.
128.
Oh, hold on a minute. Does he fancy another? He wasn't far off. 56 left.
88.
So we could be going all the way if Thibault's got anything to do with it. He's got something to do with it, all right. But he doesn't have the darts in leg 7. That's his biggest issue right now. But if he can break in leg 7, it will be his 4th point of the week.
Throw first. Game on.
Look at this, though. Shutout stuff from Lee Cox. Glorious way to plant a maximum.
45.
Not only good for your score, but it makes Thibault's visit so much more difficult.
100.
You'll take that when your opponent started with 45. Small matter of 235 points as a gap.
81.
And that gap, you fear, will remain for the Frenchman. He needs mistakes,
85.
which aren't coming. The Cox average is towards 89 now.
140. Leader car 136.
6 darts from 136. You'd take that at the start of this 7th leg.
55.
But you wouldn't take 55 to leave 81. It's just a bit too precarious, this now. Oh, that's an interesting play.
170.
I didn't expect him to go 19s there. I'm not even sure Lee thought that was going to happen. He's focused on what he's got to do right now, and it's double 13 for the match. And he's done it. Fair play to Lee Cox. He might still be shaking his head right there, but that is a supremely good 15 dart leg to finish a very tight match. Thibault really did try his hardest with an 85.5 average, but Lee Cox was just a little bit better. And that has been the tail of the tape for the Frenchman this week so far. They've just been a little bit too good for him. But Lee Cox is in second position in the table now, so well done to him. We're going to have a look at round 4 now. We're going to look at Nathan Rafferty, and he's up against Dan Lauby in the next match, and Dan's got to do what Lee's just done and get back on the winning trail. Interesting times ahead as we go into round 4 of our matches today, and the last game that Nathan Rafferty played against one of his rivals, he came out shining. So what can the other North American do against the Northern Irishman? There you see Rafferty at the top by 2 points now because Lee Cox has closed the gap. Dan Lauby needs to close the gap between himself and the rest of those chasers. You can see that Rafferty's getting an extra 3. I think Dan may have come into the room a little bit early. You only get a certain amount of practice darts in here. You can't jump the gun. But Rafferty's last match lasted 6 minutes and 46 seconds. He performed in that game as well as an Indy car going round the 500.
Nathan to throw first. Game on.
He didn't crash and burn either. He was past the checkered flag before Matt Campbell had barely started. But it was the best performance we have seen in this group so far. An average of 101.9, 57% on his finishes with a high out of 130 and 3 maximums. It's as good a performance as you can hope for, really, in best of 7. It's a king of the hockey performance as well. If you are choosing to have a flutter today, that's the kind of thing you could have bet on.
96.
King of the hockey being winner of the match, most 180s and highest finish. And that's exactly what Nathan did to Matt Campbell.
125.
If he does the same to Dan Lauby, then
60.
He really is
Nathan require 96.
finding his top form. Double top. He's trying to do it again. He did it at the end of the last match. He didn't need to do that.
42. Nathan require 20.
But he
Game
did need
shot
to
on
do
the
that.
first leg, Nathan
13
Rafferty.
darter, and you do sometimes find that when someone gets that performance of 100 average or more, they might get another one the game after that.
Second leg Dan to throw first. Game on.
Our quickest game that we have had
60.
was Chaz Barstow beating Kevin Burness 4-0. That was, I believe, back in phase 4.
45.
Can you imagine, and this is hypothetical,
40.
but if Dan Lauby stays in the bottom 3 after tomorrow, he'd have to play Scott Baker, who was one of the fastest
57.
players in the world. I assure you, I'm having a day off on Thursday,
100.
but I will tune in to watch that game. It doesn't matter what I'm doing on Thursday. If that is on, I want to watch that.
100.
We all love a quick
60.
player. We all know that. But we like good quick players too.
99.
Dan Lauby is a good player, but we know that Scott Baker is too. All sorts of records could be broken there.
119.
Fastest 4-0, fastest 4-3, you name it. All Lauby wants in this game, though, is to win the game.
108.
But that is a
Daniel
problem
Bell,
for him right there.
122.
Because now this has to go. Bull.
97. Nathan Newcar 20.
Double 10 again. And he's
Game
just
shot
not
on the
losing
second
legs
leg.
right now.
Nathan
He's in
Rafferty.
such a lovely groove. He's stealing legs from behind. He's bossing others. And he has 6 perfect legs against the
Third
2
leg
North
Nathan to
Americans.
throw first. Game on. 78.
He won 4-2 against Thibault Tricole of France. He won 4-2 against Steyer. 4-0 against Matt Campbell.
140.
He's on a roll. It's no wonder he's just signed a new long-term deal with his manager,
139.
because they rate him very highly. I'm starting to understand why.
57.
Good move, Matt Ward. Good move.
$96. 121.
He's bossing this leg. He might be slightly behind, but you just feel that he's going to leave something small.
140.
Very small. And that's the name of the game. Lauby could be bageled here
70. Nathan Require 48.
if he's not careful. And this is a quick game. Don't
Game
leave
shot
this
on the
young man
third
on
leg.
double 10 by the looks
Nathan
of it.
Rafferty.
He has got it on the end of a string. So, get your clocks at the ready. If he wins this leg, it could be one of the fastest games we've seen.
Fourth leg down to throw first. Game on. 97.
I mean, Rafferty's not that slow. In fact, he's a lovely
57.
pace. He's just being made to look slow by this F1 car of a player.
140.
I should really say IndyCar. F1 is not his thing, I'm sure.
83. $121.
He really doesn't think about this game. He just does, and I love that about him. Let's not forget that 3-0 is not
91.
a win.
Daniel Ricard 143.
It's just a good position to get a win.
91.
Now, we've got some pretty sophisticated software here at the Live League about switching from one area of the board to another, but we can't even keep up with this
100.
kid.
Daniel Ricard 52.
Double 8. That wasn't part of the plan. I thought it was to start with. But this would be
44.
some way
Taking
to win
about
4-0 again.
170.
Oh, boy. And look at that from Nathan Rafferty.
Nathan Rafferty.
He got a smile from Danny Lauby at the end because he just thought he's going to hit this, you know, isn't he? Look at this. Aggressive stuff. And the best finisher we could wish for. If you didn't like that, you didn't like darts. He's done it again. It's the same amount of darts he used to beat Matt Campbell. The same sort of finishing. In fact, it's better because of that 170. And the percentage has gone up by a good 10%. That is some performance. We need a break after that one. I know Danny Lauby does, but Rafferty, wow. Well done, young man. What a player. When we come back, Sebastian Steyer is up against Lee Cox, who hasn't had much of a break. Cox has got a bit more work to do, hasn't he, to try and catch Nathan Rafferty, who is a bit rampant right now after 2 4-0 wins in a row with 2 ton plus averages. So what can Lee Cox do against the Pole Sebastian now? Sebastian can inch closer to Danny Lauby with a win here and cause Lee Cox some problems. But Rafferty has caused problems for everybody today. He's won 4 games from 4. But Lee Cox deserves a lot of credit. He's got 2 matches left. And if he wins them both, he's going to be in the mix tomorrow, that's for sure. He's won 4 legs to 2 against Dan Lauby earlier. Won 4-2 against Matt Campbell.
First leg is
and
Sebastian
4-3 against Thibault Tricole.
Game on.
He's perfect. But he's facing a Sebastian Steyer, who is coming off his first win
39.
against Dan Lauby. He won by 4 legs to 2. It wasn't a classic. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and say that he was sensational.
30.
But he won. That's the name of the game. Lee Cox will take on Nathan Rafferty in match number 13. That'll be their last game of the day.
68.
And everybody is on notice about how well Nathan is playing at the minute. But we'll talk about that game when it comes. But first, Lee Cox has a job to do. And that is part of the job. Sticking in those maximums. First of the match right there.
81.
And there is a big gap now between the bottom 2 and the rest. I don't think that's going to change based on the form that we have of these players. I think
100.
The Frenchman and the Pole are going to be in the bottom 2. I think they will stay here and play in Group C come Thursday and Friday.
100.
But I've been wrong before. Both getting a maximum at the start here.
$159. Sebastian
Well, what a special approach that was from Lee Cox. Got the treble 13 to leave the 32. And he's on for a break of throw in leg 1.
Lee require 32.
Doesn't come down here a great deal. He does prefer the top of the board.
Game shot on the first
But you wouldn't
leg.
think it, because that's a 14 darter from Lee Cox to break Sebastian Steyer in leg 1. And that's the kind of form he's going to need against his next opponent.
Second leg leader throw first. Game on.
But more of that will get him over the line against Steyer, you would feel.
96.
Lee Cox is the only player out of this entire group, as we get a second maximum in the match from Sebastian. He's the only player in this group who has ever played on a Saturday. He did that back in week 2 of phase 4.
137.
On that night, it was Jared Cole that won on the Saturday against Richie Burnett. Connor Scott came 3rd and Lee finished 4th. So he has experience of getting to Saturday night and also making the semi-finals on that night. Boy, would he like to do that again
60.
This week. But if he gets to the semi-finals and wins in the semis, he'll be playing next week as well.
136.
And he is playing
Sebastian
very, very well in this match. Sebastian's arguably having his best performance so far.
56. Lee require 32.
And it's not good enough. Because Lee Cox is starting to find some form here. His average is high. I'm not going to say what it is right now because I'm going to tease you. It's all up to Lee to embellish on what he's done already.
First, game on.
But if he gets it higher than it is, he'll be shouting it from the top of the mountains.
60.
Yesterday we had an average of just shy of 122 from Boris Kritschmer in the World Championship qualifier. He ended up getting through as well after a
100.
couple of real ding-dong battles. It's all well and good having a big average in one game, but if you don't win overall, it means nothing.
100.
That's exactly what Michael van Gerwen would say. It's exactly what Phil Taylor would say. And it is exactly what other multiple world champions would say as well.
140.
So far, Crafty Coxey is being extremely crafty indeed.
134.
I have to applaud him. This is a good campaign from him so far. He was good yesterday. A couple of stumbles.
100.
But nobody's beaten today. Not yet. Steyer is averaging 96 here. And Cox is making that 96 look like a 76. Hold on to your hats. Bull! Lee Cox has been hanging out with Nathan Rafferty, obviously. Looking at the form he's in. But this is big. To stay in the match, he needs this double 16.
35.
For a microsecond, he thought it was successful. It wasn't. Double 8 for Cox.
9.
Valuable misses.
Sebastian require 32.
Double 8 for Sebastian. Puffed his
24.
cheeks out on that miss of double 8.
Lee requires 16.
But you can't afford to give Lee Cox in this form 2 bites at the cherry. And there you go.
On the third leg.
He's just playing too
Lee
well.
Cox.
That 16 darter will bring his average down. He won't care about that right now, but all he wants is one more leg.
Fourth leg leader throw first. Game on.
140. I'm going to start looking for his best ever performance on this hockey. In fact, how ironic
100.
it is that Lee Cox's best performance on this hockey is 101.9, which is the exact average that Nathan Rafferty has had in his last
100.
2 games. I can tell you that if Lee Cox gets rid of this in 14
42.
darts, he will better that. Maybe even 15's enough.
35.
Oh, that's unlucky. That could have easily cascaded into the 60, but it didn't.
$41.
Provisionally, Steyer would go back to the bottom of the table if he loses 4-0, because his leg difference would go to minus 16. Tricole is at minus 15.
125.
If Lee Cox wants a new personal best average, he might need that 101.
100. Lee, you require 101.
I wouldn't put it past him. And he's going to get a match dart at double 16. He's only gone and done it, you know. What a performance from Lee Cox. He has played supremely well there. And he sets up a barnstormer of a game in match 13 against Nathan Rafferty. We're going to wait for that one. But let's have a look at his average. It's 103.66. So over to you, Nathan Rafferty. You might have had a 101.9, but now Lee's got a 103.66. A personal best for him, and a very good finish as well to get that. That 101, that was gutsy. He knew he was playing well. So he's only 2 points behind Rafferty now, but as far as the others are concerned, they've been the pedestrians to watching those brilliant performances in the last few games. So it's over to Thibault Tricole and, of course, Matt Campbell from Canada. Welcome back. It is time for us to bring to a close round 4 And what a round 4 it has been, with ton plus averages to win in both of the games in this round. Will that continue, as we have a distinct French-Canadian feel about this one? No, I'm not talking about the Montreal Canadiens. This is France versus Canada. And Thibault now in 5th position because of his leg difference.
First leg, it's Matt to throw first.
I think he knows,
Game on.
based on his form and the fact that he has not won today. In fact, he's the only person who has not won today. He knows he's going to be playing on Thursday and Friday
96.
during the day. But Matt Campbell has been a bit of a passenger over the
58.
last 4 or 5 matches. Because since he lost 4-0 to Nathan Rafferty, he has seen his closest challengers in the table all stretch their legs. Lee Cox has got to 14 points. And Nathan Rafferty's got to 16.
100.
So Cox is now 4 points ahead of Campbell. And whatever he does from here, he knows he's going to have a good day tomorrow if he's to win this table.
85.
He might, in fact, need to win this game and his last one against Dan Lauby to stand any hope.
22.
Just dodges the almighty slippery slope that is a 3 score.
81. Matt, your car,
But he's given 6 starts from 145 to take care of leg 1. That's better.
$129.
That'll do, as they say in Yorkshire.
97.
Can he
Matt,
find
your
double
car,
8?
16.
To start with 16 darts. Oh, it's lucky that that one didn't find the 32.
Shot on the first leg.
But that one finds
Matt
exactly
Campbell.
half of that and double the single number. So we're going into the next one with Matt Campbell leading 1-0.
Second leg, Thibault to throw first. Game on. $140.
I think Thibault Tricole is ready to take the chains off. He doesn't want to play darts the way that
81.
Thibaut Courtois reacts in the goal. He doesn't want to react. He wants to be a bit more proactive now.
100.
He wants to play at a faster pace. And I think that seems to suit him.
140.
One thing we can say is that the Nathan Rafferty win against Dan Lauby was the 2nd fastest game of the year. 6 minutes and 20
45.
seconds. I knew there was a likelihood
44.
that some of the games could have been fast. But the win against Matt Campbell by 4 legs to 0 for Rafferty was 6 minutes
100.
46. And we've already had a reaction to that game time because someone who loves a quick game is Connor Scott. He's already responded on social
100.
media saying,
Thibault your car,
come Monday when he
160.
plays, he's going to win a game in 6 minutes and 19 seconds.
96.
Just
Matt,
misses
your
out
car,
on the 116 there,
136.
Thibault. Ooh, 16's first. I like it. Tops will love it. Oh, that was
96.
a good try.
Thibault your car, 20.
Thibault thought he was
shot
going
on
to
the
lose
second
that
leg.
leg,
Thibault
but he was
Tricole.
wrong. He's won it with a lovely double 10 and equalises at 1 leg all, but not after that scare. That 136 was
Third
close.
leg, Matt to throw first. Game on.
I really do want Matt Campbell to get through to Champions Week, and I'm not being
42.
biased. I like Matt a lot. Love the way he plays the game. He's got great poise, rigid throw, really good demeanour.
85.
But I desperately want the Ginger Ninja to play the Ginger Ninja next week because there's another one in Champions Week in the form of Chris
60.
Gilliland of Northern Ireland. You don't often see two nicknames playing each other.
140.
They have the same nickname, and I just love to have the narrative of whoever's in the seat at that time. It will be Chris Mason, of course.
99.
There was a lot made of Gerwyn Price being the Iceman and former world number 1 Alan Warren a little being the Iceman and his pomp. And it happens a lot these days. Memories are very
65.
good in darts, but some of the young players coming through, you don't know of some of the other players who have had certain nicknames, like the Prince of Wales. We know that Louis Williams
79.
asked permission from Richie Burnett to use it. I like that in a person. That shows character and manners.
140. Thibault Tricole 137.
Do you remember when it was the Wizard versus the Wizard at the World Championship? Osborne versus
47.
Whitlock.
Matthew Tricole 95.
Bullseye first? No, he's gone double-double, surely. There's one of them.
55.
Just misses tops
Thibault
again.
Tricole 90.
He could be 3-0 up here, Matt Campbell. But after these 3 darts, he might be 2-1 down.
65.
Fortunately
Matthew
for
Tricole
him,
40.
Thibault fails to hit the bullseye.
No
And
score.
Matt fails to
Thibault
hit
Tricole
tops.
25.
He will wonder how. Double 12. Double 6 is
He's
found
on
and
the
Thibault's
third
in
leg.
front.
Thibault Tricole.
Like I said, he could be 3-0 down if tops was kinder to Matt Campbell. But it was cruel.
Fourth leg, Thibault to throw first. Game on.
Two players here who are fans of the moulded
45.
flights. A lot of people don't like these types of flights because they're slightly heavier. They're thicker in nature. But the main
100.
reason why a lot of people like them is because they are pre-molded and have exact right angles in that
100.
crisscross pattern. When you look at them from the top, exactly 90 degrees between one little wing of the flight and the next. And that means that they fly
60.
very, very consistently. Not to say that all
99.
molded flights have 4 wings, because there are some models out there that have only 3. You have to find what works for you.
46.
I just wonder what kind of shirt Matt Campbell's going to wear tomorrow. What colour suit will the ninja be wearing? Does the ninja have a name?
87.
This game
60.
is getting
Thibault
away
Tricole
from Matt Campbell.
170.
And in turn, this table might be as well. Bull?
145.
Could have been a second one of the day. But Thibault's in control of this. And if he can find 25 more, he could be on for his second win of this group.
140. Thibault Tricole 25.
I think it was 988 this time. He's a
Shot on the
flexible
fourth
one.
leg.
Is our
Thibault
Thibault
Tricole.
because it's not 1 double 12 this time. What's he going to do if he leaves 25 for a third time in the next leg? Let's find out.
Fifth leg, Matt to throw first. Game on.
You might go 17 double 4 next time or 3 double 11. Treble 7 double 2. Who knows?
140.
He won't care as long as he gets 4 legs out of this match. And I suppose his motivation right now is not to finish bottom of the table. Nobody wants that.
140.
And he's up against Sebastian Steyer in the last match of the day. It's a match that he won by 4 legs to 3 yesterday. And just imagine
100.
if Thibault walks away from today with 4 points. I think he'd be happy with that. Especially after the start he's had.
5.
Good start. terrible, terrible second visit. Stomped all over by the brilliant Matt Campbell. As soon as your opponent hits 5, that's what you do. It's called stepping on their throat, metaphorically speaking.
140.
And I was waiting for Thibault to hit a maximum there on the back of a 5. Just setting it up and doing 49. It very well. 84 average for Thibault, 86 for Matt Campbell, who is now on the comeback trail.
60. Matt, you require 32.
2 16s.
Game shot on the
That's
fifth
a great leg of darts. 13 from Matt Campbell. Could he possibly run from here and deny Thibault that first win of the day?
6-leg Thibault to throw first. Game on.
Keep looking at that ninja on his shirt. Looks like it's doing a dab.
77.
Maybe that's an outdated concept now, a dab.
80.
It's a bit 2017, isn't it?
41.
I did find it quite amusing that Matt
140.
Campbell was put in Group A, considering the proclivity for most Canadians to say A at the end of a sentence. Hey, Group A is a great Group A. Sorry, I know that's a really bad Canadian joke, but I can get away with it because I've got a lot of Canadian friends. I've got friends over in Vancouver Island who
60.
have had a very, very tough time of it recently with some horrible weather. Collapsed roads, floods, you name it, they've had it.
57.
But thankfully, they're okay. And this is the time of year where most Canadians find their big winter coat.
105.
Because they get some proper winter over there. He's got 72 left. That's a very good approach from Thibault, who's on the cusp of victory if this doesn't go. Campbell's not going anywhere. It's tops that's cost him in this match. But it doesn't this time.
Matt Campbell.
I said he wasn't going anywhere. Well, in fact, the only place he's going is to leg 7. If he didn't hit that, he's probably going to lose.
7th and final leg is Matt to throw first. Game on.
They're the kind of finishes he's going to need against Adrian Lewis come Ali Pali time.
97. 60. 125.
Another thing about Matt Campbell is the fact that he has won tournaments this year, as well as Thibault, who's won in Wales and
100.
Denmark. That's why he's the WDF world number 2 right now. But on the Challenge Tour in Niederhausen in Germany, Matt Campbell has won 3 times.
59.
He won the very first Challenge Tour event. He won the 5th and the 11th.
60.
And he needed all 3 wins to win that order of merit. All 3 darts in the 60 would have been handy there.
80.
But is Thibault going to have that victory that he craved so much in this match? At 3-2 up, snatched away from him by the classy Canadian.
60.
Oh, that one doesn't find the treble, so it is a chance to win. Oh, that one careers into the 4, just to make things a little bit more difficult if he's given the chance. But Matt Campbell, he's going to go back to tops to win it.
60. Thibault requires 66.
Tops was good to him on only 1 occasion. Thibault has not had a match dart. Now he gets one.
46.
And Tops denies him.
20.
Double 5 for his third match shot. And he's found it. And Thibault Tricole just can't seem to win today. You can see the smile on his face. He's such a lovely man, but he is human. He keeps getting beaten, and I don't think he's going to be smiling too much as he goes back to the practice room. But Matt Campbell, that's a huge win for him, because that gets him on 12 points in the table. It's an okay performance, but that 116 checkout, that was the big one, because Tricole was on something very small to win the match if he missed that. He did survive one match start, so he did skirt his luck just a little bit. We are going to have a look at Lee Cox versus Nathan Rafferty in the next match. What is not to love about that, based on their form right now? In the words of Alan Rickman, could we be quite quick? Well, this one could be quite quick. Prontissimo, in the words of Rowan Atkinson. Let's get into it. It's round 5, and it's the top 2 going at it in match 13. Nathan Rafferty has been brilliant today, but so has Lee Cox. They have both won 4 from 4. One of them is going to have a perfect day, and they're both playing at their top level. They've both had personal best performances today.
Game on.
But Nathan Rafferty's had it twice. But to add to that, Lee Cox has had a better performance. 103.66 in his last performance against Sebastian Steyer. 50% on the doubles. But this could be good.
140.
And I mean really good. Rafferty today, an average over the course of Tuesday of 89.74.
180.
And we don't have to wait long for a 180. This could be so good. I'm not trying to oversell it, but it really could be.
140.
3 ton plus checkouts for Nathan today, including that beautiful 170 against Dan Lauby, which finished off his second 4-0 win in a row. But take into consideration the vernacular of the modern steel tip game, in his first 101.9 average game,
100.
he hit the baby fish. In the next game, he hit the big fish. Does Lee Cox hit this?
100.
Or does Nathan Rafferty hit this? No, he doesn't. He won't be pleased with that, so he won't.
40.
Both on tops after 12. They can't be separated today until we get the shot of the double. I said it could be good. Well, let's just continue in that vein, shall we, for the next 6 legs.
Second leg, Nathan to throw first. Game on.
Is Lee Cox about to have the best day
21.
he's had here? He's averaged 86.79 for the day, with 4 180s and only 1
95.
ton plus checkout, which was a couple of legs ago when he was on the hockey.
100.
He's had some good days as Lee Cox. He's got a very good win percentage, over 50%. He is not easy to beat.
108.
But he's showing a different level in this game and the last game. It's almost as if he will not be denied.
80.
Now, if he does win this game, he will equalise Rafferty's position in the table on 16 points.
85.
And they will be the top 2 going into Wednesday. Matt Campbell cannot catch them
141.
because he's on 12. Lee Cox is playing like a man who might not be caught in this game.
88.
He won't mind that. He likes tops. But he's only going to get 2 darts at it.
58. Lee require 53.
Double top it is.
33.
Outside chance for Rafferty.
142.
You can't count him out of taking this. Oh, go for the second 60 for double 11. I don't mind that at all. What he will mind is Lee Cox if he hits double 5.
10.
And somehow that hasn't gone in.
37.
That was not part of the plan. You could say this is a big reprieve. Can he take it? Oh, yes, he can.
Nathan Rafferty.
That was a sneaky, sneaky win for Nathan Rafferty because he didn't deserve that leg. But he was given the chance, and when you get the chance, you got to take it.
To throw first. Game on.
It's not just the 4-0s with the big averages that provide quality and watchable games of darts. I've always said that misses provide drama.
40.
And nobody says that word drama better than Chris Mason. I don't care what anybody says, because his Bristolian accent, it just drama. I can't even mimic it. I can't get close.
43.
There are some words that I say better in my accent, but that word drama, nobody says it better than Mace.
81.
One thing Chris Mason might not tell you at the minute is how much he's practicing. I think he's got the bug back, you know. These guys have definitely got the darting bug. They love winning. They love playing. And the initial
55.
Explosive nature of this game seems to have just petered down a little bit. And I sense there will be a little bit of tension in this one as we get towards the end. It's a fourth 140 from Raffer.
99. Nathan Tricole.
Nobody says Raffer like someone from Liverpool. Raffer. Oh, good switch. Didn't expect him to go for the treble 18, but that really was a good shot. How good is this one? Double 19. Well done, Lee. That is a superb double 19. How central was that? Let's have another look at it. Look at this, right in the middle. Wallop. It doesn't get more central than that. That was in epicenter of the 38 bed.
$59.
I sneakily suspect that maybe Nathan Rafferty has changed his flights to a fresh set after those two performances. I wouldn't have done that.
100.
But that's just superstitious old me.
$100.
Lee Cox in control. And a win would set up a fabulous Wednesday, wouldn't it?
108.
Lee Cox with the third maximum in this match, and Nathan Rafferty's got none.
85.
He got 3 in the 4-0 win over Matt Campbell. Only the 1 in beating Dan Lauby.
60.
So it's not about ridiculous amounts of 180s with Nathan Rafferty's performances. It's about the amount of quality per visit.
83. Lee Tricole.
But it's Lee Cox who was providing the quality here. He's the one averaging 96.
58.
Can he leave tops?
98.
Not quite. Very close to doing so. It would only be his second ton plus finish of the day. Double 16.
71.
That could be costly.
Nathan Tricole, 76.
Good game this. Really enjoying it. Tops for Rafferty. It's in. It's 2-2. We're going to best of 3. I've got a smile on my face because I'm enjoying this one. I hope you are as well, because this is a very good contest. And Rafferty is hanging on in there with good finishing. 67% for him. 2 hits from 3 attempts. Whereas Lee Cox has had 8 attempts and only hit 2. That's where this match is being won and lost, or in this case, drawn right now. Only players not to have had a ton plus checkout today. Sebastian Steyer with a personal best of 93. And Thibault Tricole with an 80.
180.
First 180 of the match for Nathan.
$57.
This is the second match of the day where we've had 4 180s in it. The other one was Rafferty versus Campbell.
43.
Will we get 5 for the first time today? I sneakily suspect we might.
100.
Now the approach play from Rafferty has been a really key feature throughout the course of this undefeated day. He really wants this 57.
58. Leader car 100.
All is not lost yet. Might be now though. Double 16. And he doesn't miss it this time. 3-2. He could be home and hosed by now, Lee Cox. But in this very good game, it's him who is very close to... You can see in the background there, look at Lee Cox, he wants this. He wants the 10 points. He wants to be on 16 tomorrow before we even start. Don't question how much he wants this. All you have to do is look at him to see how much he wants this. Rafferty had 8 points yesterday.
45.
He's guaranteed 8 points today. It was 6 points yesterday for Lee, but he fell at the final 2 hurdles.
140.
The way he has responded today after that is so admirable.
140. 44.
If by some miracle now, because of the scores, Lee Cox was
60.
to get a 4-2 win, it would put himself and Nathan on exactly the same record of points, leg difference and legs won today. They would have had exactly the same day.
139. Nathan, you require
that doesn't happen very often. Bullseye.
74.
So if Lee Cox wants that statistic that I've just mentioned, this has got to go. It's a bad second dart.
33.
And a bad third.
Nathan, you require 48.
Rafferty to take us all the way. Tops. And how many times today has he hit double 10 with just the one shot at it? He has been a master at that segment, and it takes us to leg 7 to see who's going to be the undefeated player.
Leader throw first. Game on.
A game befitting what we have seen all day long from these two. They deserve all the credit in the world. And we're not finished.
140.
4 180s in the match. 10 140s. 14 ton pluses.
60.
6 legs of brilliance. Now, it might not be at the same level as some of their other dominant performances, but they've been knocking 7 bells out of each other. And make no mistake about what I'm about to say, because
96.
Whoever loses this match is going to feel disappointed. And Lee Cox has got every right to feel more disappointed than Rafferty if there's a loss coming his way, because he's the one who would be 4 points behind Rafferty if he converts 164
You require 164
to be in the chairman's chair for Wednesday. With a 4-point gap, he needs Lee Cox to miss 145, and he needs to convert 61.
65.
To have a total of 18 points going into the final day. 54 left.
41.
That could be a costly dart this time tomorrow. What can Lee do about it? Double 5. He's hit it. Oh, that really does set up tomorrow now, doesn't it? It could have been 18 points for Nathan Rafferty, but it's 16 for both of them. Lee Cox with a 91.3 average. You can see what that double 5 meant to him. He knows this situation. He knows what's going on. They're going to be on 16 points together tomorrow, and they're both going to go at it for one more day in Group A. Great stuff, guys. Fantastic Tuesday from both of you. Dan Lauby and Matt Campbell are about to have a USA-Canada derby like they did yesterday, and they're in the chasing pack, looking up at the two players we've just seen. Matt Campbell knows what he needs to do now in his final match of the day. He needs to defeat Dan Lauby to get within 2 points of two players now. Make no mistake, that last win for Lee Cox was good for Matt Campbell. What can he do for himself now? You can see Dan down at 8 points. He's going to be a minimum of 6 points behind the top spot going into tomorrow. But you can see that Rafferty will hold top spot because of leg difference going into Wednesday.
Game on.
But this is all about, and I say this with all due respect to Dan Lauby, this is all about Matt Campbell this game.
58.
Because the way that Lee Cox and Rafferty have played today, if they do that tomorrow, they're going to be out of reach
42.
of Dan Lauby. So if Campbell can go into Wednesday only 2 points behind, if he has a brilliant day and plays well against the other two players at the top, he can win this group. But this is really important
123.
Now. And if Campbell does win this,
134.
the likelihood is the bottom three in this group will be Lauby, Tricole and Steyer to go to Group C on Thursday with Diogo Portela,
59.
Richard North and Scott Baker. Just need a few moments to catch my breath after that really good 13th game of the day. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Probably not as much as Lee Cox did, because he has a perfect 10 points
77.
from today with a leg difference for the day of plus 10. Dan Lauby has won one match from his previous four, whereas Campbell has won 2
100.
of his previous 4. It's probably my fault that Dan Lauby's had a suspect day because I'm the one that tipped him. Commentator's curse. He does have double 18 in his future, and that future is right now.
Shot on the
and that is Leg
Dan
over.
Lauby.
Dan Lauby could be a bit of a spoiler for Matt Campbell in this one. If he gets a win over the Canadian in this, he's causing him so many problems for tomorrow.
Second leg, Matt to throw first. Game on.
When they played yesterday, it was a Campbell win. He caught Dan Lauby a little cold. But this is the beauty of reversing the fixtures on
41.
Tuesday. You might have an opponent early on Monday where you're not fully practiced up and you feel a bit
85.
rusty. But at this stage of Tuesday, there's no excuses. You've had 9 previous matches to get yourself into match
100.
condition. That's why we tend to see sometimes
60.
people winning at this stage who lost their first game yesterday.
45.
The one match we have remaining after this is Tricole versus Steyer.
100.
And that one is going to be about pride, because they are well cut adrift on 2 points at the basement of the table, and one of them will stay on 2 points.
99.
We'll go through the daily stats of these two players in the next leg,
100.
because Dan Lauby is not going to leave us much time before the end of this leg because of the pace he plays at. As everybody
56.
knows, I'm a radio commentator for
Daniel
darts
Carl,
as well,
156.
and I've commentated on a Dan Lauby match for the radio. It's very difficult to describe him on
100.
a
Matt
broadcast
Urquhart,
where you can't see what he's
160.
doing, because he's so quick.
42.
Does he find
Daniel
a 2-0
Urquhart,
lead?
56.
Tops. And Tens is
Game shot
there.
in the second leg. Dan
18-dot
Lauby.
break of throw, and Lauby is causing issues for the Canadian. He's not only playing the better darts, but the frustration is coming from the Canadian.
Third leg, Dan to throw first. Game on. 140.
I hate to make more Canadian jokes, but I just love Canada so much that I've got to say this. If Campbell doesn't get through Group A,
100.
he's going to have to play in Group B. I couldn't help myself.
99.
When you've got Canadian friends like I do, you get to know the Canadian jokes. And if there's one person I would love to commentate with,
121.
it would be my close friend Jeff Smith, because I know for a fact he would get that.
56.
If you are Canadian and you're watching from overseas, please get in touch at Darts Live League or at the Asset 180, whether it's today or tomorrow. I'd love to hear from you.
140.
Let me know what the weather's like over in the northern part of North
55.
America.
Matt
It's
Urquhart, 140.
undoubtedly cold.
60. Dan Urquhart,
Not an ideal last dart,
151.
so Dan Lauby has maybe still got a chance to get to 3-0.
93. Matt
Depends
Urquhart,
on what Matt
80.
does here. He's had a love-hate relationship with double top so far today.
Game shot in the
This
third
is a
leg.
love right in the
Matt
corner
Campbell.
as well. I wasn't sure if that was in for a second, but there was a little shadow on the bottom right corner. I suspected it was in, confirmed
Matt to
by
throw
Paul
first.
Hinks.
Game on.
The one thing we can't do with Paul Hinks on the mic during the day is finish our session at 1:27 p.m. I know there was a somewhat comical comment from my colleague Chris Murphy that a session was finished at 1:27 a.m. last week. Well, we are approaching 1:27 p.m. Wouldn't it be funny if we get 127 checkout at 1:27 in the afternoon
140.
from the quintessential referee who loves a 127? If you don't know what that's about, just type in Paul Hinks 127 on YouTube and you'll see. We will never let it rest, Paul. We will never let it rest.
132. Matt, you require 81.
Treble 19. He's getting himself back into this game. Going for it.
Game shot on the
Good
fourth
job,
leg.
as they would say
Campbell.
in America. Good job. Well done as well. Kept his eyes on the Lauby score. It was 170, and because we've seen one of those today, he figured, don't give Dan a shot at that. I'll just take this bull out instead.
57. 97.
I wonder if Matt's an NFL fan. I'll have to have a quick word with him maybe later today.
140.
Tend to find Canadians like American football. Maybe he likes CFL, the Canadian Football League, which doesn't get a lot of press here
43.
in the United Kingdom. Similar form of the game. Some rules are slightly different.
180.
But the rules remain the same here at the Online Darts Live League. 180s are very welcome.
140. Daniel Carr, 124.
He's averaging over 92 in this game, Dan Lauby. It's one of his best
92.
performances of the week.
In
fact, it could be his best performance of the week if he keeps going this way. Double 8, 14 darts, and that leg is 107 average, so embellishing what he has done before. Matt Campbell needs to win the next 2 legs, otherwise he will go into tomorrow 4 points behind. It's almost like he heard me. Got to put his foot down now. The doubles haven't been the problem in this game for Campbell. He's only had 2 shots and hit them both. But Lauby has outscored him. But just when he needs it, he starts to find and batter that 60 bed.
96.
Got such a lovely focus about his game. I remember the first time I ever saw him play at Alexandra Palace. I thought, he's got something.
61.
I still believe that. And he might have leg 6. Double 16.
Game shot on the
that is a special leg. And it is, in fact, his best leg of the week so far. Great time to find it, because it means he still can win this game to stay 2 points behind the leaders.
Final leg done to throw first. Game on. 59.
Just having a look at the fixtures for tomorrow.
100.
Matt Campbell plays the very first game tomorrow against Dan Lauby.
58.
So what he can do, if he wins this leg, and he wins the first game tomorrow, he can be on the same points as Lee Cox and Nathan Rafferty before they've even played another game. That puts a different spin on things, doesn't it?
81.
So it's very much in the hands of the Canadian right now. And he's using it brilliantly.
140.
A superb scoring performance over the last couple of legs.
95.
And he's got 6 darts from 121. He was in so much trouble at 3-2 down.
49.
It's not the end of the world, but it's not the best scenario for him to leave 72 there.
100. Matt, you require 72.
My advice to Matt right now would be just get rid of this. That's all right. It's better than the single. Tops.
32. Daniel Ricard.
First time he's missed a double in the entire match. Oh, is he going to have his pocket picked? Oh, he has as well.
Dan Lauby.
How costly is that going to be for Matt Campbell? You can see from his face on the camera there just how he feels about that. That's what Dan Lauby can do to you in a flash. That could be a really costly 2 points on the floor. But he'll have his revenge opportunity in the first game tomorrow. You see that Campbell really did spurt at the end. 95 average, but Lauby nicks it with that 108 at the end. What a great game that was. We've only got one more game to go. It is Thibault Tricole of France. I was just about to say Spain for some reason. But he is from France, and he's up against the Pole, Sebastian Steyer. far as these two guys in Game 15 of Tuesday are concerned, they are eliminated from the possibility of winning Group A. But I suppose it's all about pride. And pride is a big thing in darts. They do not want to walk away with another defeat here, especially Thibault Tricole, who is in 5th position in the table, only just on legs 1. But he hasn't won a game today, and he doesn't want to experience what Sebastian had yesterday. The one win he does have was against his opponent in this match. So if he can do the double, he would get to 4 points and leave Sebastian at the foot of the table. The other 4 will contest the race for number 1 spot tomorrow.
First. Game on.
Dan Lauby will start on 10 points. The least likely of winning the table tomorrow, but it's not insurmountable if he has a perfect day.
100.
But the other 3 will very much fancy it, especially the 2 on 16 in Rafferty and Lee Cox. Good start from Steyer. That is his 4th 180 of the day. He has played better today. In fact, he's lifted his average today about 2 points. 78.78 compared to 76 yesterday. So he has improved.
100.
And that's all he can ask for. You can't go from a 76 average to a 100 average overnight. It just doesn't happen. But if he continually
60.
improves over the course of the week, then maybe he can contend and get himself into Saturday's finals. You fancy he's going to have to do so
64.
via Group C, which will involve Thibault Tricole as well. Other stats from
60.
Sebastian's day.
Sebastian Steyer, 150.
The 1 win, which he got against Dan Lauby. Highest average of the day, 86.11, which is much
60.
better than his best average from Monday. But still those doubles, just under 25%. That does need some work.
97.
Like I say,
Sebastian
incremental
97.
improvements from the pole. That's a good sign. The last thing he needed today was to regress. Just to set up tops.
57.
Does so in a fine
Thibault
style.
Tricole, 124.
Treble 18 for Bull. This would be stylish.
99.
Just
Sebastian
short.
Steyer, 40.
Double 10 was tricky for him yesterday.
Game shot on
Not
the
so
first
much
leg.
on this occasion, but
Sebastian
yet
Steyer.
again, when he goes for double 10, and we saw this a little bit earlier, he's going for the top of the bed, which I very much like.
Second leg, Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
I really have been practicing his hometown name. Kejijin Kozla. I've got the hang of it now.
60.
Learning English must be easy compared to some of the other languages of dart players these days. I know that Krzysztof Ratajski, the godfather of Polish darts, he really has come along with his English this year.
180.
But I can guarantee you that Sebastian's English is better than my Polish. And Thibault's English is definitely better than my French.
60.
Just not something you find with English-speaking dart
60.
players. They don't tend to go and learn another language. In fact, the only person I know who is fluent in another language who is English is Steve West. He's fluent in Dutch.
83.
I would love to be fluent in German because we spend so much time there with the European tour. I do know a little bit of German.
135.
Pick up phrases and the odd word here and there. But the problem is that a lot of these players coming over to the UK, they've all got excellent English.
43. Thibault Tricole 126.
He goes 20 on the first dart. I don't blame him for that.
58.
I would have done the same. No point trying to get down to double six when you don't have to. Just approach with caution and try to leave a double that's got a high number with split options in case you miss. The last thing you want to be doing is leaving yourself on double six or double three. Double 16. That's an ideal leave. And an ideal take for Thibault because that's 15 darts. Made that look easy.
Third leg, Thibault to throw first. Game on.
As for Thibault, he's averaged 80.64 today. He's had a couple of maximums, so he's down on that today because he got 6 yesterday. In fact, he's got 1 in this match, so he's got 3. When he's got to the finishing post, he's been all right. 39%, that's where you want to be most of the time. He just hasn't got there enough.
100.
It almost wasn't his fault that he lost against Matt Campbell in game 12. He did a lot of things right. He had a decent average, decent doubles.
83.
He had 1 match dart and missed it. That was the only mistake he made. But speaking of finishing, in that last game between Lauby and Matt Campbell,
47.
Dan Lauby won with a 90 average, 67% on the doubles, and of course finishing it with that 108 checkout. But if you look at Matt Campbell's stats,
108.
As we get another maximum from Steyer, his second, Matt Campbell made 1 error in that match. He missed 1 darted double. 1 darted double. There's no parrot in the room. I just wanted to say that twice for effect. He had 75% on doubles. He hit 3 from 4 attempts.
83.
He needed to be perfect to win the game. Lovely bullseye.
66.
I'd like to say the same about his shot at double 8, but I can't. That's 18, which leaves 77. 2 options, treble 15 or treble 19. That was not part of the script.
35.
So Thibault
requires 16.
to hold this time. Oh, it's in as well. That's a superb dart. That camera angle that we just saw there, just overlooking the board, gave you an illustration of just how much it was blocked. Beautiful dart.
Fourth leg, Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
The overall average for all of the players before they played their last match was 83.89 compared
41.
to yesterday, 82.87. So they've lifted their averages cumulatively by a point. I expect
60.
that minimum tomorrow. But you don't need me to tell you that the standard has been better today. We've seen 3 ton plus average games, 2 from Rafferty, 1 from Lee Cox. They were excellent games to watch. Great displays.
81.
The finishing, much better. 34.16% today compared to 28 yesterday. We've had more ton plus checkouts.
140.
But we haven't had as many 180s, which is curious. So the overall scoring has been better. But we've had less
45.
maximums. What is it they say? 180s for sure, doubles for door. Go and ask Chris Dobie, who lost the other day to William O'Connor, hitting 10 180s in a game.
30.
In 11 legs. He hit 10 180s and lost. Just think about that for a second.
95. Sebastian Steyer 150.
To equalise at 2-2. In a similar vein to yesterday's game, which was won by Thibault by 4 legs to 3.
46.
Tricole should see that as an invitation to get back into this leg.
100.
That's not a bad effort.
104.
He's going to stay there. His darts do kick to the left a little bit.
56.
And that actually opened up the 60 bed.
120.
But it's the 60 bed he needs with either darts 1 or 2 here, and he gets the 1. Gets the single. And the tops. Quality finish from Thibault Tricole. You will not find a 120 finish much better than that. Look at that. Perfect graduation. Climbs the ladder to tops.
$41.
Polish darts has never been in a better place. Like I said yesterday,
96.
I would like to see it hosting a European Tour event in 2023, because there isn't going to be one in 2022.
134.
We are going back to Czechia, which is a really good thing for the game, because Czechia are doing fabulous things with the game.
100.
I just wonder where we'll be next on the European Tour. I think Poland is ahead of France in that regard.
83.
It's all about audiences. We need you guys to buy tickets, to come and support us, to tell us that you want us to come to your country. For me, the front
89.
runners are Romania, Poland, and possibly Croatia.
59.
Lovely stuff from Steyer. Trying to stay in this game as much as he can.
84. Sebastian
That's a good switch
76.
from Thibault, recognising what he had left. Is this one going to leg 6? Yes, it is. A quality finish this time from the pole. 76 out. Very good single. I've just noticed something about the Sebastian Steyer stance. It's very Andy Hamilton-like, isn't it? Andy Hamilton, who will not be at the World Championship this year. But look at Steyer when he comes back to the hockey. That front weighting with the right foot.
100.
Where does the left foot go? It goes behind him. It's amazing how many stances and throws I watch. I'll find a similarity with somebody, but they won't be exactly the same, because no throw is the same as anybody else's. It's like a fingerprint.
60.
I have a sneaky suspicion that this game is going the distance. Very much like it did yesterday. And he's turning into a better player as this game goes on, Sebastian Steyer.
57. Sebastian Steyer 81.
He's starting to play like he can. The setup is good. His average goes to 87. And if he can get out of here with 2 points and a high 80s average, that will make him feel so much better for tomorrow. That's a good leg. 14 darter from Sebastian. So we are going to a one-leg shootout in the last leg of the day. Who's going to win it? Is it going to be France or Poland?
7th and final leg is Thibault to throw first. Game on. $88.
Tricole is thinking, oh, come on. I was 3-2 up. I was playing well. I do not want to lose this leg to have that day where I do not yield any points.
81.
Take it from someone who knows it's an empty feeling at the end of the day. And it makes you want to play that well. The sheer sporting nature and defiance in your brain saying, I refuse to lose.
100.
When it kicks in, it's an incredible rush of adrenaline. If that doesn't kick in, you should be worried.
57.
I think that was an error from Thibault. 2 single 19s. And I believe he should have gone for the bullseye.
41.
But that's maybe a play for someone who was on a finish. He's gotten away with it.
62.
Well, I'll talk about getting away with it. That last start really has got him out of jail. Now it's up to him to finish it. He's got 6 starts to do it. And you will see a massive amount of relief if he hits this. Tops.
94.
He will have to return for double 10. Here comes Sebastian.
100.
And he can only leave 120. So for his first points of the day, he's found double 10, and he does walk away with some points. Both win 1 game today, but it is Thibault Tricole who walks into Wednesday with 4 points in the table. And Sebastian Steyer can't beat Thibault because their last 2 games have both gone the way of the Frenchman. It's a decent game as well. 86 on the average, 40% on the checkouts. The high checkout of 120, which was very classy indeed. But both of those guys know they're not going to qualify from this group. You can see there from our table. The 2 at the bottom. Lauby in with a shout, but has to have a really good start against Matt Campbell in game 1 tomorrow. Campbell the same. He needs a good start, but Rafferty and Cox are the 2 to catch. I hope you don't miss that tomorrow. I'm really looking forward to the first few matches to take us to the climactic period tomorrow afternoon to see who wins Group A here at the Online Darts Live League. This is the SF signing out for today, but tomorrow we will see you at 9:30 AM from the usual channels. Catch you later.